Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another day, another edition of another StarCraft 2 tournament to the House Galactic Battle number 3, the group stage. I'm of course Live VIP, and with me, I'm joined by these amazing players, the people in the chat, and by my plushies as well. Welcome, everyone. Welcome to a big offline Polish event. This has been a very consistent tournament over the past year of play. We've been hosting this since last year with the original House Galactic Battle. There was another edition previously this year, a couple of months ago, and now we're back with the third edition of this tournament. Oh my god, exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. The bracket is stacked. The bracket has amazing players, is stacked and full of so many of them, and now we're jumping into our first match of the night, and then we can settle in and talk about the matches themselves and talk about the format. For now, spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Alkione, we have our Polish Protoss player, the Blue Protoss representing Platinum Esports. It is Rodzin. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the Polish Terran player, the Red Terran representing Team Sentinels of Mirage. It is Mishu. And as we settle in, again, exclamation mark B, we're here in the group stage of this tournament. And as a reminder, this is an offline event. This is a LAN. We even have a bit of a clean feed as well, which we can have a look at, to have a look at the player cams and have a look at the player booths as well. There's a lot going on. I apologize for the delay of the start of the tournament. Again, players did have to get their setups going, up and running on the stage. For those that are curious, all the players that compete on the main stream do have to set up on the stage as well. So that is something that is potentially going to slow us down a little bit, and we will have a little bit more downtime in between the matches, but regardless, we're here, we're back, and we're settling into our first best of 3. Now, as a reminder, the reigning champion is also here in this tournament. Cristiano, he popped off last edition of this event. He was dubbed the Prince of Poland. He took down a Laser in a best of 7, took him down in a best of 5, took down Geralt as well. Cristiano, he popped off and took down basically every top Polish player out there. It was crazy, it was impressive. But there was one Polish player that was not present last time, and that was Spirit. For those who don't know, Spirit, of course, he is the best Terran player in all of Poland, and Spirit, he was unavailable because it was his mother's birthday. Shout out to Mama Spirit. Shout out to him. So because of that, as I should also get the predictions going as well, but Spirit was his mother's birthday, so he was unavailable at the time, and he wasn't able to compete, wasn't able to be at the event and compete and look to threaten the championship as well, which he definitely could have. Like, Spirit is the best Terran in Poland and one of the best Terrans in Europe as well, so that's why Spirit wasn't there. But Spirit this time is here. This time he is here. This time he is ready to rock in this event. Likewise, so is Geralt, so is Cristiano, so is many of the other top-tier Terran players, top-tier players in Poland. But this time, now it's time for another player to be missing, to be absent. The runner-up of last season's, of last House Galactic Battle was a Laser. A Laser came in second place, second to Cristiano, and he's not here. He's not here this time. He's not here today. And I was trying to inquire as to the reasoning why. Apparently, there's a big Stormgate event going on this weekend, and a Laser is competing in that Stormgate event. So unfortunately, a Laser is unavailable this edition. He's unavailable this weekend. He's otherwise competing somewhere else. But again, I mean, Cristiano already beat him. I'm more interested, or I do want to see if he could even bring down Spirits, and if Cristiano is the best player in Poland. He's almost there. Can he get there? We'll see. Proxy Fusion Core. Meanwhile, oh my god, we're popping off, and the Fusion Core has been proxied across the map. Mishu opening up with a 1-1-1, opening up with that Starport. The Fusion Core is proxied, and we're rushing BCs. He's crazy. He's wild. The hell am I watching? Ay. A Laser can't compete due to storms. Exactly. And a shout out to Kashim as well. Big shout out to Kashim for, of course, running the event. Much love. Siema, papi, siema. Dzień dobry. As you see, Rodzin dipping in. Is going to be zoned away by the Cyclone. Nice catch here from Mishu. The scout is denied, and Rodzin is in the dark. Rodzin is unaware what's going on, is in currently the dark here. We'll see if he can piece it all together. Behind this was a robo opener into a base, a very safe opener out of Rodzin, rushing towards Colossus production, and that's going to be solid against a bio-heavy composition, but as we can see, it's not going to be bio-heavy. It's going to be BCs, and Colossi do not shoot up, so this Colossus rush is not going to be as impactful for Rodzin. I am concerned for him. I'm scared. I'm worried. I'm worried, but yeah. BC is on the way. Cyclone moving out. Getting that natural. And again, Rodzen is contained. Rodzen now dips into the main, gets a full scout. But for all Rodzen knows, this could be a Raven opener. This could be Banshee as well, which is not unheard of. We've not seen enough to really piece together that it's going to be BC, unless Rodzen is a little bit familiar with how Mishu plays. That would be the tell. But for now, it is still just Colossus, of course. We have some Stalkers on the ground. They can shoot up. They can help support, thankfully. The Observer spotted. He goes for the skin! No, he catches the Observer. Observer goes down. BC is about to pop out. And Mishu is going to be rattling across the map. Now the question becomes, does he teleport? Interesting. Only one battle cruiser. He's not making a second. He's going BC into Raven. Okay, not quite what I was expecting here. Not making full use of the BC. Or the Fusion Core, I should say. Extra Rax is on the way. It's not going to be BC into Mech, BC into Bio. That's a second and a third Rax. We're doubling down on Bio production. BC's rolling out and does teleport into the main base. Boys are being pulled away. Damage is being done. It does force a recall. Remember, there is no blink, but that is plenty of Stalkers. So far, so good. BC doesn't really get much damage done. Gets not even a probe. Uh-oh. I feel like there was potential with this here, but so far the BC has not done much damage. Now we're getting out of BC production into Bio Tank. And now the scary thing here is that, of course, our tank production, our stim timing, any kind of upgrades for the Bio has been delayed in favor of these battle cruisers, of this battle cruiser. And so far it has not done enough. Now, thankfully, it's still alive. Like, as Mishu's moving out, Rodzen could be distracted and the BC can dip back into the main base. There's a lot of Stalkers that have to be committed to defending against the BC. But we have two Colossi already. And the Bio push, it's going to have a hard time really finding much damage. Yeah, the Marine's going to be going down. Remember, there is no stim, there's no combat shields. Oh my god, the Marines melt! The Marines do melt. The tanks hold their own. And they have to be respected. Colossi have to pull back. So far, so good. Raven towards the natural base. Up! Not quite committing, though. Does threaten the auto turret. Main army moves away. We go auto turret into the natural. So far, the BC not getting much done. Rodzen, he's holding his own. He's getting up to 3 base saturation. Blink is on the way. Colossi amassing as well. Extra gateways. And Rodzen, he's looking solid. He's about to recover, getting into his own Blink Stalkers. Now he's going to have a little more micro ability against things like the BC and shutting down drop play. Meanwhile, the BC does hit the natural. Gets 2 probes. And a Stalker and a Sentry. Okay. We're getting damage. We're getting there. Not bad. Meanwhile, the Observer gets sniped once again. Does at least confirm the Bio follow-up. Third CC's on the way. I do feel like the pressure is still on Mishu. And he's going to get a little bit more value here, but not much more. 3 Stalkers is enough to zone this BC away. Main army pushing forward. Now, what's important is that the tank count was retained over the course of the last fight. So, Mishu actually only lost Marines. Only Marines went down earlier, so those were acceptable losses for the Terran player. Building up to 4 tanks. And now he's going to try and sneak up on the expansion. BC is dragging the army out of position. Uh-oh. And we're going for the natural. We're going for the kill. And Rodzen, he's a little bit late to respond. He is out of position. Shield battery goes down. Tank volley's going off. And Mishu, can he break through the natural base? Only Blink Stalkers. Yeah, only Stalkers to defend. The recall is a little bit too late. Oh my god, the mineral line goes down. And the Bio army, it just eviscerates that mineral line. So many probes full. 22 workers in total. At the same time, tanks, they catch up some Stalkers. Ooh. Going for the Immortals as well. Massive tank volleys. The tanks are exposed. Expensive losses here from Mishu. We'll lose all 4 tanks, but he does get a mineral line, a base, and even more damage as he drops into the main. Sniping the shield battery. And Rodzen, he's in a world of hurts. That was just far too much damage. Does have a 4th, soon to be, I guess, a 3rd now. But the probe count. The probe count is the most concerning thing. We're down to 42 workers. We lost the Immortal. We have 2 Colossi. That's okay, but not ideal. Behind this, Mishu getting his third base up and running, fully operational. Already in orbital. And honestly, all that Mishu has to do now is calm down. Just calm down, Papi. Just back off, build up on 3 bases, saturate our third, get into ghost production, get into more bio. There is no rush here for the Terran. And now it's on Rodzin to pop off. Like, how do we bounce back here in this kind of game state? I would assume an all-in. I mean, charge is on the way. That'll help. We can go for a gateway explosion as more probes are going down. Oh my god, we can throw down 2 auto turrets. But going for something like an 8 or even 10 gate charge all-in, but at the same time, it takes so long to get going at this game state. It's like, we have to wait for the upgrades, wait for a +1. It's damned if you do and damned if you don't for Rodzin. He's just a little bit too far behind. And honestly, like, he wasn't in a bad position. Remember, he was getting a 4th base, he was defending against defending against the battle cruisers, but was out of position at the most crucial moment. Did miss the main army, and yeah, it was the game-winning move there from Mishu. As now he's maxed. He's about to max out, rotating over towards now the new third. Scan Real's natural still in the way. Stalker's coming in. He does just stim forward. Catching us from Stalkers. We are now to 3 Colossus, but that's a sea of bio. Oh my god. A sea of Marines, Marauders, just so much bio on the ground. There is one Disruptor. The Disruptor has a lot of potential. We need the perfect connection. And if we can land, then maybe we can recover. But that's so many Marauders. Oh my god, almost purely Marauder. That's 25 Marauders. That's more Marauders than there are Marines. Oh my god. And Medivacs put together. So Medivac gets sniped. At the same time, reinforcements, they hit the natural. And Warping is denied. Decent Nova. Disruptor goes down. Massive pickup. Disruptor, Zealots, Probes. And Mishu now is coming in. This time with Ghost. This time with EMP. So Ghost, he's got Vikings, he has refined his army. Rodzin once again, not quite in position. Not like that. Oh my god, the EMPs are brutal. And massive EMPs, Ghost gets surrounded. But they did their job. And they did what they needed to. 1, 2, it's gonna be all 3 Colossus going down, Nova goes off. Big connection. But 1 connection is not good enough. Not anymore. As Mishu is snowballing out of control, breaking through the front lines, getting to the base. GG gets called, and Mishu will take game number 1. Whew. GG. Impressive. GG, well played. Mishu will take the first game, despite the rocky start. Again, the BC opener was, I would say, lackluster. Was a little bit lackluster there. Wasn't really able to get the damage that we were hoping for, or what he was hoping for. And really hurt him more than anything in a way. I mean, I guess it did drag the army out of position. You could argue you could have done that with another unit, of course, but I guess the BC did play its part, it did play its role. If you remember, when it came to that pivotal moment in the game, when Rodzin was out of position, it was because of the BC. The BC had hit the 4th base, the new fresh 4th base, and that did create an opening that forced all the Colossus to respond, which maybe wasn't the best choice, and did create an opening. Did create an opening in the end. Here we go now. We're getting into our next game. Getting into game number 2. Gonna be on Ghost River, and my eyes are definitely on Mishu. After what just happened in game number 1, after going for a proxy fusion core and rushing BC against Protoss of all things, I'm excited. You know, what do you have for us this time? What other kind of crazy, quirky builds are we gonna be whipping out? Let's go. Yeah, that's what we mentioned. Shout out to Beckawaita in the chats. But I do agree, like that's really the most that the BC did was distract. You could definitely argue that the same result could have been achieved with something else, but that's what it really brought to the table there. It did allow for the game to end, was creating that opening. But here we go. We're now getting into game number 2, and spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the Polish Protoss player representing the Platinum Esports. It is Rodzin. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the Polish Terran player, the Red Terran representing Sentry of Mirage. It is Mishu. Sorry, Sentinels of Mirage. My bad, my bad. Here we go. We are going to be settling in. The pressure, of course, now on Rodzen, and honestly, coming into the series, I would have favored Rodzen 100%. He is the more accomplished player, the more extravagant player in this series, but Mishu has been popping up here in the first game. Can he do it again? This time, double gas. Double gas opener out of Mishu. I do not expect another proxy fusion core. I don't expect another proxy at this point. Not that kind of proxy, at least. Typically something you do once in a series and then never again. At least not in this best of. Actually, I wouldn't be opposed to a Banshee opener. You know, kind of make things look similar and go for a different direction instead. As a probe, it does tase away at the SCVs. Oh! Ooh, gets an SCV! Big pickup! That should not have happened. Strong start here for Rodzen. He does maintain that probe, at least until the Reaper does arrive. And it looks like we're going for the recall to keep it safe. Meanwhile, very quickly going over some other fun facts about today's broadcast, which I should also reiterate. I know not everyone was here tomorrow or this week. There's that recall saving the probe. But for those that are curious, World Team League, we casted day 1 of WTL yesterday, but we won't be casting day 2 today. We're going to be going over a replay cast tomorrow. Bear that in mind. Just because this event is going to be going on all day, and we are the official English casters, and we were already committed to casting the H.4.0.S Galactic Battle, so just as a bit of a heads up, that is going to be what we're focusing on, that is going to be what we're all about for today. So I do apologize, I know there's a lot of really good matches that are going to be happening today in World Team League, but again, we're going to be focusing on that tomorrow. Basically, we're going to be going live tomorrow, like 4 or 5 hours before day 3 of WTL, going over all the matches first of day 2, and then going into day 3 live. So we're gonna have a double feature tomorrow. Double feature, all day casting. But it's gonna take a lot of energy. It's gonna take a lot out of me. I might be a little bit delirious by the end of it, but we'll do our best. We'll do our best. Likewise, once again, Robo opener here from Rodzen. Going for the Robo. Shout out to Oriole in the chat. I see I stand. Cashing. Bienvenidos. Short stream tomorrow. Kappa. Let's see how we go. Depp makes his way across the map, just trying to get some scouting information. Again, with this Robo opener from Rodzen, we should be working towards a fast Bane to a fast Colossus. Otherwise, we could go for a faster Warp Prism into some additional Adept Harass. But we'll keep an eye on Rodzen. As Mishu is going for another 1-1-1. Once again, the Tech Lab on the Starport. This time, just a Raven opener, not BC. No proxies. Meanwhile, there's the Bay. So again, we do see another Colossus opener here from Rodzen. It's just a very safe way to play. Very safe. And considering the map, considering we're loading into Ghost River wall maps, it does make sense. If Mishu was going for a very committed play early on, then this would be out in time to survive and defend. Now, what I'm worried about, though, is the Raven. If we do prioritize, was the Observer spotted? But if Mishu does prioritize and does invest into Interference Matrix, I see Auto Charge is turned down. But if we invest into Interference Matrix, if we have 2 Ravens, then even 2 Colossi will not stand a chance. We can disable and the main army can break through. But that's only if we research that upgrade. So far, it's not being researched. Ravens only for detection and for harass. Okay. Just gonna be harassing across the map. Third base now being taken here by Rodzen. Is taking his third. Colossus on the way. And with these additional Colossus, and especially with the more defensive nature of some of these locations, of these ramps, we should be seeing a more longer back and forth, but we'll see. We'll see if we can pull that off. Extendable Lance is on the way. Twilight Council as well to work towards Blink. Mishu is moving out. Observer does spot the move out. Rodzen is aware. Rodzen getting in position. We have sentries, we have force fields. The first Colossus has arrived. And again, especially with that first Colossus, we should be okay. Rodzin should be able to survive this and defend. I say that. Decent Locon. Stalker takes a lot of damage. Army gets spotted. Army's rotating around. At the same time, Autotart here at the natural base does distract Rodzin. And the tanks, can they get within range of the Nexus? They can. But alas, the Colossus is here in time. Oh, massive swipes going off. One tank goes down, second tank as well, and Mishu has overextended. Pushing it a little bit too far. Overcharge gets popped, and Rodzin completely shuts this down. In the midst of all this, Autotart harassing to the natural. We get 4 probe kills, not bad. But that was a big loss for the Terran. That was how much? That was 2 tanks, a Cyclone, 11 Marines. Unlike the previous game, if you remember, when the initial push was deflected, the Terran player had only lost Marines. Only Marines had gone down. This time, tanks as well. So that was a big overextension by Mishu. And now he's backing off. A third CC's on the way. Trying to work towards a longer game. And this is the power of this kind of robo opener. On the one side, it means that, on the one hand, it means that Rodzin can't really harass. He can't really apply any pressure and go for Blink Stalkers or Oracle or Phoenix harass. It just means he's really safe and secure with these early Colossus. It means that early game aggression, like we just saw, gets shut down. So this time, Rodzin having a much stronger start in game number 2. Looking much more in control. Meanwhile, the Raven is still active, still posing a threat to the mineral lines. Dropping towards the natural. Going for a marine drop. Likewise, Hallucination does confirm the third TC, so now Rodzin knows it's not a 2-base all-in. Likewise, he confirms the bioproduction as well. The drop does hit the natural. Stalker's in position. And the drop doesn't get much done. Rodzin, he holds, he defends. Likewise, third base location looking quite fortified as well. Back in the main, double forge, double upgrades. Soon we should be working towards a fourth base and a second robo for disruptors. And we already have one. And now we get to see a more even back and forth. Last game, you know, one wrong move, one wrong slip up, and Rodzin was out of position and the game ended then and there. This time, that's not happening. This time, it's not quite so simple. There is an attempted Doom drop towards the natural, though. That's going to be 3 Metamax, full of Marines and Marauders. It has a lot of potential for damage. Ideally, Mishu wants to distract the main army. Either distract with a drop and then push in with the main army, or vice versa, to create an opening. But that is going to be a cannon as well, finishing up. Dark Shrine on the way, working towards ZTs. Skin reveals the Colossus-based army. The Autotarts, they're getting work. They're getting work done. Okay, 2 probes and the Stalker. Likewise, Stalkers, they hit the third, but tanks are in position. Triple drop has yet to pull the trigger. They're calming down. Oh, actually, we boost into the natural. Yeah, the army does boost in, going for the Stalkers. Yeah, overcharge is going to be popped. We can focus on the shield battery. Shield battery does fall. At the same time, Mishu moving out towards the south. And Mishu, he is breaking through, takes down every single Stalker. Honestly, really good value. Takes down the Zealots as well. Meanwhile, the Colossus, they stand their ground. And Mishu hits the 4th. And can he focus on the Nexus? Alas, Mishu cannot. Forces him away. Yeah, this time Rodzin did not overreact, but maybe he underreacted a little bit. That's 11 probe kills. Oh. So, it's almost like the opposite problems as the previous game, where this time Rodzin refused to respond with his Colossus, which is good, right? It meant that he had an army in position, the 4th base is saved, but that actual did take extra damage. That was 11 probe kills, and Mishu is going in once again. And this time, no cannons, no shield batteries, no overcharge. Nice blink here from Rodzin. Up! Gets the medevac. Barely does. The rest of the army is responding. Another Stalker goes down, and Mishu is getting some value here, that's true. The army does respond. This time there's no punish, though. The main army of Mishu is back at home. There's nothing to really threaten the 4th. There was potential, 100%, especially with this reaction from Rodzin. But Mishu wasn't quite ready for it. He wasn't ready for the punish this time. Whew, okay. It's been very tense, very back and forth. Mishu, after all the chaos, after all the harassment, has taken a worker lead. Remember, 11 pros were killed earlier, 18 in total. So very nice economic damage. 4 CC is almost done, and Rosen is still saturating his own 4th base. So I want to favor Mishu's position. Do you want to favor it? Mishu's still going for drop play. It's going to be a double drop towards the south, mainly Marauder. Likewise, triple drop towards the north. One of the cannons was rebuilt, but still no shield battery here at the natural. The drop is spotted. Rosen does rotate. Spots the medevacs. Oh, he sees. Oh, gets 1. Gets 2. Oh my god. 2 full medevacs go down. Massive catch here from Rosen. Insane catch at the same time. He did spot the southern drop as well. More reinforcements going down. And Mishu throwing away a lot of supply. Going for the Nexus, but I don't think he can get it. It's going to be close. Oh, he can. It's going to cost him some Marauders. The Nexus does go down. No Stalkers with this army. Yeah, the Medevacs, they can keep going. They keep dropping. It's a very nice damage. Oh, meanwhile, any translators in the chat? Ay. Is he calling him Polt? Is Polt a word in Polski? I want to believe he's like, who are you, Polt? I want to believe. Regardless. The drop play does continue. Double drop towards the north. Again, Rosen having a hard time keeping up. I'm opening up Google Translate. It's happening. As Rosen, he's forced to move out across the map instead. Decent Nova, very nice connection. Nova goes off. Oh my god, second over as well. Calm down. Meanwhile, drops coming back in, but this time they're going to be shut down. Stalker's in position. Oh, full medevac does fall as well. Yeah, Rosen is able to become more accustomed here to the pace of Mishu. He is acclimating. As the drops are deflected, Rosen's main army now maxed out. 4th base fully operational. And what do we have to work with? We have 3 Colossus, 4 Disruptors. The Novas have been solid. Good EMP. And last Mishu, a lot of supply across the map. Once again, another big Nova. Oh my god. Yeah, Ghost goes down. Massive connections. Mishu coming back home. Trying to catch the main army. Bold move. Uh-oh. And he will come across the Colossus. Once again, Novas do zone away the Bio army. And Mishu is getting caught out. Better concave though. Up! Oh my god, once again. Decent connections. 3 Marauders go down. And another. And massive Nova's going to be connecting. You see here 4 Marauders, 1 goes for a Colossus and a Disruptor. This time a better trade here for Mishu. Catching some Robo units. But has been hoping for more. Going back towards that natural base. Triple drop towards the 3rd. Not much in position this time. Okay, Stalkers, they do respond. And ICMP on the Stalkers. Tank does siege. And it looks like the drop is going to be cleaned up. Rosen has plenty of reinforcements. Moving out across the map. And there's still no answer to this. There's still no Liberators. No Libs. No tank line. Yeah, the Protoss army is breaking through. I'm not really liking his chances pushing any further, though. Rosen backs off, getting a 5th base. Getting a 5th. There's a fusion core. Now we see a transition into Liberators. But last Mishu does need more time. The Novas. Oh, he wants it. He's fishing. Novas go off. No reaction. No. Oh my god. Massive connections. Mishu wasn't looking. Asleep at the wheel, Papi. Paying attention elsewhere, and with that, Roten can keep on going. This is his moment. This is his time. Aye, aye, aye. Another massive connection. And Mishu plummets in supply. Roten breaking on through. Boys are being pulled into Colossus. GG, well played. And Roten ties up the series 1-1. We are going to the ace match. Whew. Let's go. Oh my god. GG. Some brutal detonations there towards the end of the game. Again, just catching Mishu, just paying attention elsewhere, of course. Was not quite looking at the main army. Was caught off guard. Caught with his pants down, Papi. That is a good example. What happened? The pants were down. Aye, aye, aye. And with that, Roten does have the series. We're going all the way to game 3. And we'll see how the story ends. Let's go. Oh my god. Let us go. As a reminder, this is a best of 3. We're still in the group stage. Still the first series of the night. The first of many. The first of many, many more to come. Oh boy. It's gonna be a long night of StarCraft. Getting things ready, jumping in. And looks like the ace match is going to be on Oceanborn. Okay. We're getting into Oceanborn here, and we've had quite a back and forth. I mean, the drop play of Mishu was quite impressive. A lot of damage was being done, bases are falling, workers were being sniped as well. But the problem was the main army engagements, especially because after a while it did feel like Roten had acclimated to the aggression and to the speed, to the pace of Mishu. And as a result, the drops were doing less and less damage over time, and then Roten could focus on those main fights, on those main engagements. And now here we go. We are getting into the ace match, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our blue Polish Protoss player representing Platinum Esports. It is Roten. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the Polish Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Sentinels of Mirage. It is Mishu. Pants were down. Oh, ooh, woo. They were, Papi. They were completely. Oh no. But now we're settling into the ace match, and so far it's been quite impressive to see Mishu's drop play and his aggression. True, but I'm a little bit concerned if that continues in this series, especially here into game number 2. I mean, sorry, game number 3. I mean, there's a lot that did occur in that second game. If you recall, winding it back a little bit, in game number 2, we did see that the initial move out from Mishu was shut down. If you remember, he had committed with his tank push. The tank was killed. The entire move out was disrupted as well, and it was a bit of a lackluster start. So we'll see if Mishu can tighten up the early game, tighten up the mid game as well. Again, he is the underdog in this series, I would say, but has been able to hold his own. He had his moments. Oh, that's fitting. I just realized that YouTube right now is just full of H.4.0.S Galactic Battle because we just posted the VODs of the second iteration of it, and we're also live with the third iteration today. Oh, the H.4.0.S Galactic Battle. For now, interesting. We do have a very different opener this time. That is a second. Not just a second, a third Rax as well. It's going to be a three Rax build here by Mishu. working towards a stim timing. Reactor finishing up, getting some mass bio, working towards stim. Working towards a bio timing. And this is going to be a little more assertive, a little more committed. Meanwhile, Rodzen this time is going for a Twilight Council opener. Now, I'm not really fond of this choice by Mishu. It's kind of working out. What I'm referring to, specifically 3 racks bio play like this, is hard countered by Robo openers. And every game so far, Rodzen has gone for a Robo opener into fast Colossus. You know, by the time we move out across the map with 16 plus Marines with Stim, 1 Colossus completely shuts down the bio army. But thankfully, this time, it's not a Robo. So, like, there's a lot going on. there's a lot of twists and turns happening right now. Where, if Rodzen had gone for the same opener he had gone for every game so far, he would be in a much better position. This time, Rodzen is mixing things up, and so is Mishu. And a little bit more in favor of Mishu here. A little bit. Like, what I will say is that, ideally, 3 racks Marine, or 3 racks... This kind of build, this 3 racks, does hit a Stargate player. Alas, we can see his Twilight Council, Blink is on the way. Just really safe play once again from Rodzen. How many gateways is the question? 1, 2, soon to be. Oh my god, 4 gates. Okay. This more safe opener now turning into an aggressive one. 4-gate Blink from Rodzen doing his best Max Packs impression. And Rodzen is going to be the aggressor. And now I'm concerned for Mishu. Because Mishu, how do you defend against 4 gates? Well, bunkers, tanks more importantly. The problem is that tank production is delayed, and we're relying on Marine Marauder. Now, Marauders can trade decently against Blink Stalkers, but it's going to come down to the engagements, to be honest. It's going to come down to the Blink control of Rodzen, going to come down to where the fight does occur. Ideally, Rodzen wants to engage this army out on the map, at the ramp, at the tall grass, wants to slow it down, force a stim early on as well, and delay the push. But Rodzen, he does not spot the move out. Uh-oh. Yeah, he did not have Stalkers in position. Blink is done, but the army's already halfway through. It's already halfway across the map. The Observer up. So one Marine barely caught a glimpse, but did he notice? He didn't. Uh-oh. Rodzen did not notice, and now the armies, they pass by each other. Up. Comes back around. Does spot the Marine, and now he's aware. Now he's aware what's going on, but Rodzen's out of position. The army going straight for the natural, and the army's not here. No shield battery, no overcharge. We ignore them. We go for the main. Oh my god, he's crazy. He's going for the main. Going for the kill. And probes are going down. A desperation warp in here from Rodzen. Aye. And 10 probes fall. We trade well against the Stalker army as well. Catching 2 Stalkers. This army is going to be cleaned up, but damage has been done. No third base. 10 probe kills. And behind this, Mishu takes a worker lead. That was good enough damage. And Rodzen, it was his turn to be caught with his pants down. The pants were down, Papi. He was not in position. He was out of position, unaware. Mishu to take advantage. And back at home, now we have bunkers on the way. Concussive shell as well. Focusing on Marauder production. Mishu's looking solid. All we have to do is survive the counterattack. And here it comes. And Rodzen's pretty all... I wouldn't say all in, pretty committed, is what I will say. Very committed here. Moving out the Stalkers. Oh! Diving into the main. Gets a medevac. 1 medevac goes down. Oh, but not much more than that. Mishu so far still holding on. Rodzen, no third base. Setting up for one. But still no expansion. He's going for the bunker, and there is no repairs. Okay, not bad. No repairs on the bunker. Stalker gets caught. The prism is spotted. Mishu is aware. Rotating over. Now Rodzen expands. But really what I'm concerned by is the eventual move out. Eventually, Mishu is going to break out of this contain, move out across the map, and Rodzen has very little to work with. Only a gateway army. The bay is about to finish. First Colossus on the horizon. Prism into the main. Widowmine's not quite in position. Rodzen has potential, but he's spotted. Yeah, spotted by Mishu. Main army moving out. I almost want Mishu to like send everything to attack and kind of bait this Prism to come in. For now, Mishu just holding his ground. Prism still in the dead space. There's a Viking all the way, and the Viking is going to force a recall. Third CC, Mishu is not going for an all-in, but should soon move out. Oh, the medevac! Oh! Not quite. Medevac survives. Prism, that's a kill! No recall. Prism is shut down. And now Mishu, he's free. He's free from his contain, free from his clutches. Can send everything across the map. And Rodzin just doesn't have much to work with right now. I mean, has one Colossus, true, and force fields. Overcharge, I can see Rodzin holding. Somewhat. Full medevac goes down. Scan ahead of time reveals the first Colossus. Second one is halfway done. 2 shield batteries. Despite the army lead that Mishu has, breaking this third base is not going to be easy. Not impossible, but still not easy here. Especially with all these reinforcements back at home. Second Colossus has arrived. So now Rodzin is on 2 Colossus. 2 shield batteries, soon to be 3. Widowmine's attempted to be baited out. And Mishu looks like he's a little bit more concerned about denying a 4th base and really engaging, going for a dream drop towards the main. Still keeping reinforcements back at home. Widowmines are going to be cleaned up. Decent line shots, not bad. And here we go, dream drop into the main base, but we have Stalkers in position, and yeah, Mishu is denied. Has to pull away. Now down to 2 Widow Mines. Ghost have arrived. Julian the EP. That's going to be 1 Ghost going down. The army stems in. Force field does delay. But where are the Stalkers? Where's the rest of the army here for Rodzin? Is rotating over. The army does stutter step. There's the overcharge. Rodzin is holding his own. Massive Colossus swipes. 3 Colossus. Oh my god. Yeah, Mishu waited too long. Waited far too long. Now with 3 Colossus. Rodzin bullies the Terran army back. Disruptor now on the way. Second Robo. Mishu just not getting his 3rd. Still trying to find an opening here. But I feel like his window has come and gone. Rotating, looking for a 4th base. I feel like that's all we have to do at this point. Just deny the 4th. Contain the Protoss. Mishu should be working on his own 4th base back at home. Attempting to trade. Oh! Bearing in mind there is still a Nova in this army. There's a Disruptor. Doom drop is attempted. Rodzin responds, is aware. Stalker's in position. Mishu has to be careful. Spots like a Stalker's. Drop into the natural, not bad. Probes are going down. He breathes in. Oh no. Oh god. 1, 2, almost 3 full medevacs. They get 2 full medevacs go down. But the drop in the natural base does pop off. 10 probes fall. This drop kind of makes it worth it, kind of. I'm afraid to look. Okay, Marauders. I was curious if there was a ghost in those medevacs, but Marauders and Marines. Rodzin is prepared. Oh, Disruptor's moving out. He's doing it again! He wants it! Never goes off! Oh my god. Rodzin, he's crazy. Calm down. Fourth CC on the way. Additional Raxes. Mishu maintaining a supply lead. And what's important here is that Rosen is still yet to expand. Still behind in the economy. Nova's up. Crazy army catching a Marauder. One Marauder goes down. Zealous hit the third. Delaying some production. Not much more than that. Reinforcements are in position. And Mishu will defend. Interesting SimCity with all these depots. Interesting. Yeah, the main army breaking out. Novas, they do connect. Oh my god, massive connections. Oh, taking down Marauders, Marines. 3 juicy connections there from Rodzin. And just like that, again, he can still maintain himself despite having such a late 4th base. Rodzin is holding his own. These disruptors have been the MVP so far in this game, and yeah, you could argue even the last game as well. Mishu taking his own 4th. Zealot run back towards the left-hand side. Observer gets caught out. Nothing in position. Third base looking very vulnerable. But there are plenty of reinforcements. If Rodzin rallied into the natural, not into the third. Would love to see some bunkers, some SimCity here. As 2 Stalkers get caught out. Oh. Mizu clash. Mishu's now maxed. Still no Liberators, still no Fusion Core. Mishu just focusing on Marine Marauder Ghost Viking. Down to 4 Ghosts. Armor getting forced back. Stalker's getting a lot of damage in. And the Planetary is not yet done. And a couple more seconds is all Mishu needs. Likewise, flanking army. Mishu going for a counterattack, actually. The Observer does spot this. Rodzin is aware. Trading with the Stalkers. Back at home, 2 Disruptors in position. The Nova's up. Oh my god. Casito. Almost. Very tense situation. Wind's going for the dive. The Disruptors, no! The Disruptors are exposed, and it looks like 1 Nova, 2 Novas go off, but so many Disruptors did go down. A brutal trade there for Rodzin. Army sims in. Overcharge goes off. Rodzin holds. Rodzin is holding. Catching out some of these Medivacs. 2 full Medivacs go down. Massive pickoffs. The Bio Army as well. Oh my god. And Mishu overextending. He plummets in supply. GG, well played as he overextends. And Rodzin will take the 2-1, advancing on into the winner's match. GG. GG. Oh my god. Mishu was doing so well, engaging, trading, denying the 4th base, but towards the end, once Disruptors got into the mix, just some rough trades over and over and over again. We saw some massive Novas, some massive connections in favor of the Protoss, and Mishu was overextending, throwing away a little bit too much, being a little bit too excited, too aggressive. In the end, was his own downfall there, as he did just trade a little bit too poorly. And congratulations to Rodzin. Congratulations. Does take it in the end. Honestly, I'm really impressed. Impressed by Mishu. Did quite well for himself, keeping up with Rodzin and having a back and forth trade. Likewise, even here in the last game, was looking more impressive, was looking more in control throughout most of this game. But again, was maybe a little bit overly aggressive and a little bit too excited at times. At times, it did feel like you had to just calm things down, take a breath, take an expansion, tech up instead, and yeah, just take a bit of a slower approach. Especially because, again, as we mentioned, in the middle of game 2, it did feel like Rodzin was able to acclimate to Mishu and get used to his drops, get used to his style, and over time the drops got a lot less damage. A lot less. But with that, GG, well played. Rodzin does take the first best of 3, and we'll see what the rest of this tournament does hold for us. Let's actually have a look here. Let's have a bit of a gander at what's been going on. Again, exclamation mark and be in the chat if you guys want to have a look back at yourselves. Let's see if we can catch up and figure out where we are. Un momento. One moment here. We'll get rid of the frame. We will make this a little bit larger as well. Beautiful. Okay, from the top. Now again, we kind of like rush into the cast without being able to go over the event itself, but this is a big offline event happening in Poland. The best players in all of Bologna are all coming together to compete in this offline event. There is a venue in Warsaw, in the capital of Poland, that this is being held at, and they're all facing off one after the other. Oh, all these players are facing off, but we are missing one key player. That is a laser. As you can see here, a laser was invited, was going to compete, but this weekend there is a Stormgate event. So because that a laser will not be here, there's a Stormgate event and the laser is prioritizing that. So is Snogstar. Both the laser and Snogstar are competing in that event instead, but everyone else is here duking it out. They are duking out. Here we go. We have 4 groups in total. We have Group A, Group B, Group C, and Group D. And we just had our first match in Group A with Rodzin and Mishu. These are GSL groups, so 2 initial matches, winners match, losers match, and decider match as well. So GSL groups here for every single group. And all the groups are happening at the same time. They're all happening at the same time currently. They're all facing off. And our next series, we should be hopping over into Group B. Group B is going to be what we're focusing on. We start off with Misha versus Rodzin. Now we're going to be hopping over into Angry versus Trifax in a TBZ. And then we'll be hopping over to another group and another group. Again, just getting a bit of a taste of all the groups wherever we can before we embrace the playoff bracket. And there it is. The playoff bracket is looking quite intense. There's a lot of matches going on here, a lot of matches to be had. And again, you have the top favorites here in this tournament. We have Geralt, we have Cristiano, we have Papi, we have Spirit as well, of course, best Terran in Poland. Again, we have everyone that we would expect to see, except for a laser. Last time, it was everyone except for Spirit. So this time, basically, Spirit and a laser, they tag in and they tag out. In their own way, and we'll see if Cristiano can be stopped. Cristiano, he is the reigning H.4.0.S Galactic Battle champion. It was last edition where he was able to bring a laser down in a best of 7. Did bring him low. Actually, can we have a look at that? The VODs are actually on YouTube. They just got uploaded to YouTube. But you can see here, Cristiano, he defeated a laser initially in the best of 3. Did defeat him here in the best of 3. Then Cristiano, he took down Geralt in the best of 3 as well here in the upper bracket finals. And then here in the best of 7, Cristiano, he had his way with a laser as well. 4-2 did bring him down. This was in the previous H.4.0.S Galactic Battle. And unfortunately, there isn't potential for a rematch. I would love to see them face off again and see if maybe a laser can get his revenge or if history repeats itself. But again, a laser was scared off in a way, and instead, Spirit is going to step in. And at least this time, we should be seeing a Terran in the playoffs. Like last time, purely Zerg and Protoss. This time, we should be seeing a Terran. Spirit should be here. It's fine. It's fine. It is all good. Whew. So until then, our players are currently setting up. They're getting things ready over at the venue for their next match. Before we jump into our next series. We jump into Trifax versus Angry. Until then, we have a little bit of downtime. We're going to have a little bit of downtime here, so we're going to be going on a short break. When we return, we will have a Terran versus Zerg before you. Our players do need a moment to set up in their player booths on stage. Again, that's the one downside is that we will have a little bit more downtime during this event, just because players are going to be mixing and matching and getting on stage and then getting off stage and setting up their peripherals and setting up their keyboards and everything as well. So there is going to be a little bit more downtime as a result. Likewise, there is a like a partnership going on as well. I think Kuro was stating earlier that yeah, there's that I believe there's like basically a study being done on these players as they're competing, which is pretty cool. Basically, they're like, I believe that they're sponsored or they're cooperating with a study with some medical research that are going over like pro gamers and like their and like how pro gaming affects them and stuff like that. Like what like stimulus is going on and all that stuff, and they like keep things, or they keep track of certain things. I don't know the details of it, but yeah, it'd be really cool to hear more about it. Might cause delays. But I think, for example, I think they're keeping track of like their heart, like the players' heart rates, for example, like while they're playing and while they're competing and stuff like that. Things of that nature, which is cool to hear. It's cool to hear. We're gonna see their heart rates spike whenever we see like a purification nova go off. We're gonna oh god, no, like this. But until then, again, we're gonna be going on that short break. When we come back, we will have our next series. We'll have our TVZ. See you soon. Oh, see you soon. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the H.4.0.S Galactic Battle number 3. Welcome back to the group stage of this big offline Polish event. I apologize for the extended delays or for the break, but as you saw, the players were getting ready. We were able to showcase some of them on the clean feed. You could see them with their lovely faces set up on the stage in their player booths, and now we're jumping into game number 1 of this fresh best of 3. We're still in the group stage, but we have hopped over into a different group, into Group B? Question mark? Let me just double check. Yeah, we've hopped over into Group B, and spawning in the top right hand corner of Alkione, we have the red Polish Terran player, the red Terran representing himself currently teamless. It is Angry. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have the blue Zerg player from LAN Poland. It is Trifax. And if you're in the chat, predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim this best of 3. As a reminder, we're still in the group stage. This is still the first round of the group stage as well. After this, we'll be jumping into the winners match. As a reminder, these are GSL groups, so two players will advance on. The other 2 will be eliminated from the tournament. Oh boy, here we go. So we are jumping on in. Again, as a reminder, there are going to be extended breaks in between series just because players have to get set up on stage. Players will have to dip in and dip back out. So just as a heads up, that's why we'll have a little bit more downtime in between these matches, in between these series. But once we get in, we get going. We get going, Pappy. We get things going. Ah, it's beautiful. So now we do have our initial openers. Hatch Gas Pool at a Trifax, standard opener from our blue Zerg player. Meanwhile, Angry just going for a standard Rax expand back at home. Everything looking as it should, everything looking quite standard, quite normal for the time being. So no crazy shenanigans early on. Not this time. Not yet. Winding it back, we have casted both these players in the past. Trifax is more of a standard player in the ZVT matchup. Doesn't really deviate too often from the side of Angry, though. He can be a little more assertive, a little more aggressive, a little more in your face. I don't think I've seen Angry embrace mech in the past, but I have seen him embrace, very aggressive bio styles, referring to 8 Raxes, potentially Hellbat related pushes as well. We'll keep an eye. We'll keep an eye on Angry. See how he does approach this. Shout out to the logo. Shout out to H.4.0.S Galactic Battle. Love to see it. Beautiful. As the factory is getting set up, Reaper moves out across the map. And the dance between the Reaper and the Lynx have begun. And we don't quite get the drone kill yet. It got close. Drone got low, but the drone does survive. Reaper's going to be forced back. Third base is being taken. Trifax will be able to establish it. And so far, so good. We're surviving the early game. We're headed towards a longer game state. Factory behind this, and we should be working towards a 3rd CC. We have the money for it. 3rd CC before starport. Oh, never mind. Okay, we're going for a 1-1-1. Interesting. So Angry going for a very different opener, much more aggressive here. We don't often see 1-1-1s as often as we did in the past. Very old school. Reaper moves out. Past the 3rd. Oh my god, that's 2 board BC? Oh wait, what? Okay, so I was curious as to the 1-1-1. For those that are curious, again, 3rd bases are a lot more prevalent in the meta, a lot more commonplace, but it's not just 1 star, but a 2nd starport behind this. I imagine we're going 2-port BC with a fusion core. I would imagine that's the case. Meanwhile, Overlord's on the way, but we're going for a Viking first to shut down the Overlord, to deny scouting, deny vision, and Angry is about to pop off. Oh boy. Not like this. I say that the Overlord might be able to get a full scout. Vikings still on the way. No Marines to begin with. There we go. First Marine does pop out, but Trifax here, the scout is not going to be denied. He's going to see everything in the main. 2nd starport is confirmed. Yeah, Tech Lab as well. Trifax knows. He has seen everything he needs to. Whether it's BC, whether it's Mass Banshee, yep, there it is. Otherwise, we would have already seen a fusion core by now. We have Hyperflight Rotors and Cloak on the way. So Mass Banshee by Angry. And Trifax, all we need, Queens and Spores. Likewise, we need to make sure that our lair isn't too late either to work towards a Spire if need be. Regardless, Trifax has seen everything he needs to. And Angry is in a bit of trouble. Oh boy. The power of this build from Angry is typically in hiding it. It's in catching the opponent off guard with their pants down. Alas, that's not happening here. Lair is on the way. Queens are amassing. Soon to be Spore Crawlers as well. A little bit too early for that, but on the horizon. Trifax even attempts a run by. So far, unsuccessful. Doesn't quite make his way in. Legs have to pull back. Lacking looking for another way in. And so far, Trifax is looking solid. Spores are being thrown down. We have a spore in each mineral line. Gas is now being taken as well. And Angry is going from 2-port Banshee into mech. Oh god. It's been a while since I've seen this build. It's been like a year or so. But yeah, Armory is on the way, 2 more factories as well. Meanwhile, Trifax responds with a Roach Warren. Hasn't seen all the factories, but 2-port play does typically lead into mech. So Trifax is getting ready. Likewise, I'm sure these players are a lot more familiar with each other. Spire's on the way as well. Again, to deal with the Mass Banshee. Get into Mutas. Or even into Corruptors. Most likely Muta. And yeah, we're in a really weird game state. Now we have 4 Banshees. That's a lot of Banshees. Banshees are moving out. Looking to hit that 3rd. Queens are ready. Spores likewise as well. Only 1 spore in each base. Ooh. Very light on spores. Considering how many Banshees there are, wouldn't be the worst idea to invest a little bit more heavily into them. As the Banshees do hit the main base, they go for the Queen. They can and they will. The Queen gonna get 3 shots. The Queen goes down. Queen's gonna be rotating. Thankfully, Creep is gonna hit the bases. Thankfully. Up! Another Queen! And another! 3! And 3 Queens go down. Oh, barely the transfuse. Clutch moves here out of Trifax. 2 Queens have fallen. Spore takes out a Banshee at the 3rd base. And finally, economic damage is being done. Getting 3 drone kills so far. Getting 4, 5. Oh my god! The drone kills are stacking up. 6 drones. Banshees, they rotate. Over towards the right hand side. 6 drone kills, 2 Queens. Not too bad. Not too bad whatsoever. Meanwhile, the Roach counterattack across the map gets completely shut down. And even though Angry was initially scouted, he has done quite well for himself. Has done quite well harassing. Getting damage done. But it's not over. Trifax still has a healthy drone count up to 72, has a 4th base up and running, and Mutas are on the way. And the question becomes, do we have enough anti-air to defend against the Mutas? We have Cyclone. We have Mass Cyclone here at the 3rd base, but no turrets in the natural, and no turrets in the main either. Mutas instead, they're going for the Banshees. This tells me that Angry has time to respond. Turrets should soon be on the way, but the E-base is still in production. Oh. The engineering base still on the way. Cyclones are splitting up. Mutas do not move out. There we go. Just waiting for a moment. Now diving into the 3rd. Turrets not yet ready. Cyclones are in position. Yeah, Mutas, they dive in and they're not going to trade too well here. 1 Muta goes down. 1 Muta for 2 Cyclones. Not bad. Now SCVs are falling. Again, turrets were late. At the same time, Banshees do hit the 4th. Getting another 3 drone kills. 3 drones go down. The players will calm down for a moment here. Again, Trivax still has a decent economy, and the Mutas did survive, so they can chase down these Banshees. They can and they will. Getting 3, getting almost all 4 Banshees. Casito, almost. Last Banshee does survive. Angry is contained on 3 bases, and behind this, Trifax going for the gold. Taking a gold base, taking up into Ling Roach Ravager. Upgrades are on the way, +1 range, +1 melee. Trifax is looking quite comfortable here. Despite the mech that is amassing, again, Angry has had a bit of a harder time establishing a 4th base and really settling in. I'm sure he was hoping that the Banshees would do a little bit more damage. And Trifax is maxed. Crazy. He's already maxed out. Maxed out on Ling Bane Roach Ravager. And his goal here is to trade, is to crash into the third, maybe crash into the fourth, even into the natural. On Trifax to pick and choose where he goes next. The rocks are being knocked down. Now, what's important here is that Trifax does need to trade. You don't want to just lay back and allow the Terran player to max out. Trifax has a better economy and ideally has to make use of it. And here we go, we're getting ready at the fourth. We have Mutus was left-hand side, distracting Angry. And here we go, we just roll it in. 5 tanks sieged up, it doesn't matter, Bailey's get into the mineral line. SCVs are going down, massive connections. SCVs do fall. And so does the planetary. 22 SCVs planetary. And what was that? 4 tanks? Almost 5. With that, Angry has to back up. He's remaxing on more lings, more roaches. And Angry could try to counterattack, but by the time he does, Trifax is going to be remaxed. Trifax is already remaxing. Angry stuck at home. And now it's time to do that again. Trifax killed the 4th once. And if Trifax is able to do this over and over again, just contain Angry to 3 bases, that means that Angry will never really be able to max out and rebuild and push. Angry scans, finding another base. Trifax rebuilding. Selecting some Banelings, but there we go. 15 Banelings on the way. And once they're ready, we can see a second wave, a second push. At the same time, Hive is done. Greater Spires on the way for Broodlords. Banshees are spotted. Cyclone's in position. Angry holding his own. Queen's pushing forward. Gaining more creep. Now, what I will say is that Angry has a much larger army this time. He's in position. Has a lot of Thor, a lot of... not as many tanks, but mainly Thor. Thor Cyclone. And no Ravagers for Trifax. He's going to try to brute force his way in. Bailey's a crash into the Hellbats. They're going for the Cyclones. Cyclones and Hellbats go down. But Angry does hold. And this time, Angry has the mineral line. This time he saves the base. And I'm a little bit more concerned for Trifax now. That was not the best fight. What I was about to say, especially upon seeing the much larger force that was here, is it maybe would have been wiser for Trifax to rotate and hit the third, or maybe even break through these depots and hit the natural. Try to hit another location instead, as Angry, all of his attention is focused here at the 4th base. So that was the best fight that Angry could have hoped for. And now Angry is recovering. Now he has a more comparable army size, a more comparable economy. Trifax is taking, but ooh, these Banshees, they find 6, 7 drones. Oh my god. 6 drones go down. Spine Crawler gasses as well. Trifax is in trouble. Now he is building up towards Broodlords, but what I'm concerned by, I mean, let me just quickly double check actually. How many Thors went down? 2. 2 Thors went down, and we have 1 Thor left. Okay. The Thor count is quite low. I was concerned that there were actually more Thors, but only with 1 Thor, Broodlords can get the job done. Thankfully for Trifax, Angry has stopped Thor production. Oh, is now getting back in, working on a 2nd Thor, but 2 Thors shouldn't be enough. Not yet. Not for the first push. As Ling's at the left-hand side, breaking down that depot wall, forcing a reaction, forcing a response. Yeah, this is mainly a tank-based army. Mainly units that don't shoot up. It's Tank, Banshee, Hellion, only a handful of Cyclones and a handful of Thors. So this Broodlord transition is working well. As I say that though, 3 more Thors on the way. That window is closing. Like, we gotta go here and now. The longer Trifax waits, the more anti-air Angry is gonna have. So Thors are on the way. Broodlords have arrived. Trading relatively well so far, getting 2 tanks. The rest of the army coming into support. Thors are pushing forward. Nice transfuse so far, keeping the Broodlords alive, but oh, 1 Broodlord goes down. And we got 1 Broodlord catching another tank. And here comes the ground army. Here comes the army to support. Hellbats will fall, and we're committing to the fight. Banelings don't quite get into the mineral line. They don't get in, but every single tank goes down. The Thors are holding their own, but they're on their own. No support. The Thors, they can be targeted. And we're down to 2 Thors left. The Banshees are doing well for themselves. But the Thors are falling one after the other, and it looks like this Broodlord switch is snowballing out of control. Looks like Trifax has broken through the tanks, the Thors, the third base, and behind this, remaxing on Lings and Corruptors. Lings and Corruptors are coming in. Again, I was a little bit concerned that Trifax would wait a little bit too long for the Thor count to mass up, but as we saw, there were only 3 Thors, and they were barely in the fight. They were stuck a little bit further behind. And even if we get into more Thor production, the damage has been done, and Trifax can just switch into Ling Roach Ravager again. Can switch out of Broodlords. And so now back up to 4 Thors. See the Thor army fighting back. Lings coming in, collapsing on the Thors. Corruptors as well. And these are just trays that Angry cannot afford. Every Banshee finally goes down to the Corruptor. The Broodlords were targeted, so not the best trade here for Trifax. He has to back off, but again, he's remaxed on Roach. Like at this point, now that the Thor count is a little bit more significant, now it's not about the Broodlords, it's about the Ling Roach Ravager again. So we just switch back out. Switch back in. Just tech switching as often as possible. Oh my god, as there's too many Corruptors, we can't repair! It's not enough! The planetary goes down. GG, 1G, baby. As Trifax does take the game and does start off with a win. GG. Trifax does take the first game here. Very nicely done. Haven't seen Trifax in yonks. Oh my. Yeah, Trifax used to stream more. He used to stream a little bit more, but has been a little bit less active on his Twitch channel. But thankfully is still competing here. Do love to see it. And yeah, again, I was a little bit concerned that Trifax would wait a little bit too long with his Broodlords, but he hit at the perfect moment. Again, there were only 3 Thors, and even then, I think only 1 Thor was in the fight. The other 2 were still waddling in, so was able to break through the initial tank line just in time before the Terran player had recognized what was happening, before the Terran player could respond with a more anti-air army. With that, GG, well played. And we're getting into game number 2. Gonna be loading into Ghost River. Let's go. Let us go. I'm ready to smudge as well. Like, I know it's gonna be a long cast today, so I'm ready to smudge if I need to. If things get a little bit too cold. I'm ready. For now. Jumping in. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Ghost River, we have the Polish Terran player, the Red Terran. Down in the series, we're going to bounce back here and now to force the ace match. It is Angry. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the Blue Zerg player. Ooh, from land of Poland, it is a Trifax. Here we go. I would say Trifax is maybe the strongest Zerg player in the tournament. Let me just double check here. It's hard to distinguish between Trifax and Aristory. I do think they're both comparable players in skill. Unfortunately, they're both in the same group, so hopefully they don't knock each other out. But in the absence of a laser, that's where Trifax and Aristory rise to the challenge, you know, to represent Zerg in the playoff bracket and look to go even further than that. So best of luck to Trifax and Aristory. They've got a race to carry. Let's go. We'll see if they can. Now Overlord's being sent out. And we do have Angry opening up double gas. Okay. Okay, so as a reminder, last game Trifax went for a really odd build. Went for a Rax expand into 2-port Mass Banshee. It was a wild build, but Trifax scattered everything. He saw everything he needed to in the main base, was able to respond, was able to, yeah, shut down Angry But we'll see what build we have this time. As with a double gas opener, it's going to be racks into factory. This could just be a one base all in. On Ghost River, this would make sense. Oh boy. So potential one base all in from Angry, going for a much faster factory. Big delay on the CC, and the Overlord Scout is denied. The Marine has arrived. We skip the Reaper. So there is no Reaper. Sorry, there is no Scout of the Overlord. Likewise, no Reaper Scout either. And Angry is in the Trifax is in the dark. And is the Overlord going to go down? The Overlord up. It's close. 11 HP. Oh my god. Barely does escape with 11 HP. Does survive. Trifax avoids the supply block. But the problem is, it is a one base all in. Double gas opener into a 1/1/1. Interesting. I'm curious. Is this going to be maybe a Hellion drop? We have the reactor on the way for an add-on swap, or it could be a Hellbat all in. We could throw it at an armory, go for the add-on swap, Hellions, medevac with an armory with Hellbats. Curious how this all comes together. We have the initial add-on swap, which makes sense for Mass Hellion. Safety Spine Crawler on the way. Trifax sees where something is wrong. He rescouts. He doesn't see the main, but he sees the lack of expansion. The lack of CC is a big tell. So Trifax, he knows something is wrong. Well, one Spine Crawler to react so far. No Roach Warren yet. There's the armory. Hellbat all in. Okay, it is going to be a Hellbat all in. And Trifax is still trying to piece it all together. Does spot the Hellion. That is a tell. Now Trifax knows it's not like a 2-on-1 variation. It's not Mass Marine. And I would love to see a Roach Warren. For now, one Spine Crawler. Continued Queen production. That's an okay response so far. So far, so good. Ooh, okay, not going for Roaches. Baneling Nest. Is going to be a Baneling Nest response instead. Is going to finish up in time because here comes the army. Here comes the all-in. Hellions were spotted. Marines here as well. The Queens are on the front lines. The one Spine Crawler. Just 3 Queens for the time being, and the Hellbats are revealed. But that Spine is a massive, it's a massive tool here to be used, and the Hellbats cannot push forward. They're going to try to, though. They collapse on the Queens. First Queen is going to be targeted. Ooh, no Transfuse. Not enough energy. No energy to work with, but the Hellbats are taking a lot of damage from that Spine Crawler. More links are amassing. Nice kiting here with the Queens. We have a Transfuse. Do we have one? Up, barely not. The Spine Crawler goes down, but it bought so much time. Only one Hellbat left. 2 more Hellions coming in. Another Queen goes down. There's a clutch Transfuse, but no Banelings in time. Yeah, it looks like Angry has broken through, getting into the mineral line, chasing down the last Queen. Trifax barely. Can we still hold? Does save the workers. The workers are saved. Banelings are on the way. 2 Banelings rolling in. Up. Decent connections. They take down the SCVs. And leaves are flooding forward. And Trifax, despite initially being broken, he's holding. No, too soon. Oh my god. Calm down, Trifax. Calm down. The boys are being pulled back in. The medevac barely does survive, but it's only 1 Hellbat and 2 Marines. Trifax, he is doing it. Banshee comes in to support. Oh my god, but no cloak. Yeah, no cloak for the Banshees. The Queens, they still hold their ground. And Trifax has held. It was close though, very close. I love how Trifax was able to save his workers for so long. GG gets called and Trifax takes the 2-0. Oh my god. GG. GG, well played. A very clutch defense there from Trifax. Initially, he was broken. That Spine Crawler put in a lot of work. It put in a lot of work, was able to buy so much time, did so much DPS as well, was able to focus on, I want to say, 3 Hellbats. That Spine Crawler putting in a lot of work. Alas, the Spine Crawler was broken. The Queens were going down one after the other, but Trifax kept his cool. Trifax, he kept his cool. He was able to maintain himself, was able to recover. And in the end, even though he was forced to pull the boys away, even though the army was in the mineral line of the natural, didn't matter. Did not matter in the end. Was able to save those drones, able to pull them away to the 3rd base, and was able to survive. GG. GG, well played. A very intense game number 2, but Trifax comes out with the 2-0. Does advance on to the winner's match. Oh my god. Very intense game. We can actually have a look at the players. Trifax is on the right and Angry's on the left. They're both in there on the stage, of course. They're both on the stage. And of course, they're still in the group stage. They will still continue. They will still compete. The group stage is still underway, and they will have to they'll have to gather all their peripherals and allow for the other players to set up on the stage instead. But GG, man, GG. Oh, is that Kashim? I don't think that was Kashim. But yeah, shout out to Indy, of course. Indy casting in Polish. Indian Z casting in Polski. Over on the main stream. And with that, I believe we're going to be going into Group A. Let me just double check for a moment here. Where are we headed next? Group C. Okay. So up next should be the winner's match of Group C. That is coming up next on the channel. Do need a moment to quickly set things up and get ready. !B in the chat. Guys, just have a look at the back yourselves. There we go. Okay, Group C has Geralt, Art, Danielo, and Fnatic. Let's go. Okay, so it looks like Geralt took down Fnatic 2-0. Art took down Danielo 2-0 as well. And we have our Group C winners match. It's going to be a best of 3 between Geralt and Art. Honestly, that could go either way. I do think that Geralt and Art are quite similar in skill. They're quite comparable. And, yeah, either one could definitely advance on. Meanwhile, another update. You actually can't see it here. Let's see. Bam. Spirit. Spirit is he's already through. Spirit, he's already through Group D in first place. Speed running through his group. He 2-0'd Matrix. He 2-0'd Pappy. And Spirit will advance on into the playoff bracket. He's already there, actually. Oh my god. See, Spirit, he's already seeded into the bracket. And we have yet to determine who faces off against him and who joins Spirit in those playoffs. So again, up next, Geralt versus Art. We do need a moment. Again, the players are going to be setting up on the stage. So basically, the way that it works is that Trifax and Angry, they have to, you know, they have to log out. They have to remove their keyboard, their mouse, their setup. And then Geralt and Art have to set up themselves. As a result, it does take a couple of minutes. So we have a couple of minutes of downtime here while the players get things ready. And then they'll be jumping into their fresh best of 3. So let us set up and get ready for that PvP. Until then, we're going to be going on a short break. And when we return, we will have that Protoss versus Protoss matchup between Geralt and Art. See you guys in a couple of minutes. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Whew, I apologize for a bit of an extended break there, but I hope you enjoyed the brutal OSC as we have returned with our next series. No, I was never mind. Never mind. I was gonna say we return to that next series, but alas, unfortunately, my game just crashed. Well then. well then, we were about to jump into God vs. our game number 1, but my game did just crash, so we will not be able to get into game 1. Feels bad, man. It's possible they might remake, otherwise, I might end up streaming from the clean feed. I might just restream the main stream instead to get into game 1. We should be able to get into game 2 though. Game 2, we should be able to jump into, just making sure that, everything's okay. Smooch. Smooch, Poppy, smooch. They just love StarCraft. It's so good when it works. But so yeah, unfortunately we might miss out on game number 1, but regardless, we're here still in the group stage. We're still in the group stage. There's a winners match of Group C, if I recall correctly. Yes, Group C winner match between Geralt and Art. They were just setting up on the stage, as you could see there. We're just seeing a glimpse of them setting up, and then we'll be able to jump into the next matchup. Well, we'll get there, Pappy. We'll get there. Smurge. Time to time to You're an animal, baby. You're an animal. An animal. But yeah, it feels bad, man. So I'm pretty sure the reason why we crashed was because I was tabbed out of the game. And the game StarCraft doesn't like it if you're tabbed out and if you're loading into a match. So that's my mistake. My mistake. So we'll get there. We'll get there, I'm sure. Smurge, Bobby, Smurge. But again, as I mentioned before, expect some increased downtime in between matches, and there might even be more increased downtime this event, just because, again, from my understanding, they're partnered with a medical research study, going over pro gamers and like kind of like certain things that occur whenever they're competing, whenever they're playing, checking kind of like their blood pressure and checking their heart rates, and I think they're doing like DNA splicing or something, like some crazy stuff. they're doing it all, Bobby, doing it all in between matches for a lot of these players. So that's another thing that's occurring. They're creating the next genetically enhanced pro gamer, Bobby. It's crazy. It's crazy. The future is here. We are part of science. Exactly. But yeah, I don't know the exact details, but I'm sure we'll hear later on. I'm sure we'll hear about it, and get some more information regarding this testing and what kind of data they're gathering as well. Yeah, it's really cool to hear. It's really cool. It is really cool. Okay, well, I guess we might just do cover game 1 via the clean feed. Yeah. We use the clean feed back. Okay, bam. Here we go. We're in game 1. Oh, I will have to adjust some of our overlays though. Bam. Okay. We're in game number 1 of Art vs. Geralt, and again, we'll be able to jump into game 2 in game. For now, I'm going to be using the clean feed, or I'm going to be using the Polish feed to be able to get into this. I do appreciate that they do have player cams. Shout out to Art and Geralt. They're on the stage. They're ready. They're gaming. So we are going to be dipping in. For now, 2 gate openers all around. Unfortunately, we don't have in-game sound, so bear with me with that. Bear with me. As the clean feed is going to be muted. For now, 2 gate openers, Stalker Sentry. Ooh, looks like standard openers here for both Art and Geralt. I was hoping for some more chaos. I was hoping for a shorter game 1 so we could actually jump into game 2, but that's not going to be the case. Not going to be the case, Pappy. Smooch. As Geralt is going to be forced back, or as the initial scouting probe is going to be shut down. Again, with Stalker Sentry openers, we should be expanding, should be taking our natural bases. And we should be headed towards a bit of a longer game state. So there's no proxies, there's no fake proxy pylons either. No one is trying to bait each other out. Oh my god. Everything is looking so far as it should. We do see a bit of a cheeky pylon block, even going for the cyber block as well. Geralt being as annoying as possible. Again, a heavy delay on the expansion of Art, and this should mean that Geralt will take a faster Nexus. There it is. Nexus is now on the way for Geralt. Does take his expansion, and Art is going to be stuck on one base a little bit longer. Now we can see that Art is also teching, throwing down a Twilight Council, working towards Blink. I believe Geralt has yet to invest into tech himself, as he did invest into a faster Nexus. So there's a bit of a give and take here, where Geralt has the better economy. Meanwhile, Art will have the faster Blink. Ooh, as we do cancel that Cyber Core just in time. To get the cancel. Este no clone in the chat. Shaking my head. I mean, we'll see if Art can make use of this opener, of this timing. I should emphasize. Like Art, there was going to be a window where he has Blink and where Geralt does not. We'll see if he throws down extra gateways, if he doubles down and commits on 2-base aggression, on a 2-base all-in, or if Art just applies some light pressure and instead takes a faster 3rd base. That would be another way for Art to bounce back in this game, even though his natural is delayed. If he takes a faster 3rd, then he can recover that way instead. So we'll see if that's what Art does go for. For now, just fanning at his Stalkers. Going for the initial robo back at home is Geralt. Does go for the full scout hallucination, does confirm Blink is on the way. And to make up for that, Geralt can start earlier Immortal production. Robo is about to finish up. You see Geralt is looking for proxy pylons, for proxy gateways, making sure there is no setup for a 2-base all-in, so really safe play out of Geralt. And there's that Immortal on the way as well. So Geralt is playing it as safe as possible. He knows that he is vulnerable, so starts up early Immortal production. That will make up for the lack of additional Blink Stalkers. Geralt is going to be that much safer here. It is going to be safer. Meanwhile, we spoke about how to bounce back in this game. It is going to be the 3rd base. It's going to be a 3rd base for both Art and Geralt at around the same time. Blink is now done, and Art is moving out. He's pushing through the center. Threatening a dive. Geralt does not spot the main army, but is somewhat in position. Somewhat. As Art does hit the 3rd, is going to get a pylon. Ooh, that's a kill, not a cancel. Pylon goes down, but cannot contest against the main army. He's going to try and get a Stalker. Does get 1. Not bad. Gets 1, gets a 2nd Stalker as well, but ooh, bleeds out a Stalker, so a 2-for-1 trade. Not the best trade there for Art. Behind this, extra gates on the way. Getting up to 4. Art going for a Adept counterattack here on the right-hand side, going for Adept harass. But Geralt does spot it. And will respond. So far so good. Ooh, the shields are triggered. Not a bad pick off there by Art. But doesn't quite break through. And again, both players, they're both probing up, getting to their 3-base economies. Charge now on the way for Art. Forger +1. And Art can even threaten to dive into the main. Adepts, they get in! Not bad. They do get in, and they're going to get, ooh, 2 probe kills. Not amazing. 2 for 2. Art was hoping for a little bit more. But Geralt does deflect. And from here, the game is going to calm down. Worker count slightly in favor of Art. Bearing in mind, Art was able to kill a couple of probes. Art, even, was able to kill a couple of workers. Able to take a lead. And the entire time, Art has had map control. So has been left to his own devices back at home, has been left alone for the most part. Has been left alone. Both players embracing charge, working towards Archon production. Again, based on the openers, it did look like both players wanted to go into a longer game. So we're going to build up towards the mid game, towards these Death Ball of armies. Very gateway heavy, very gateway centric. Art does have a tech lead somewhat with a faster Archon timing, but Geralt has more Immortals. So there's a bit of a give and take here, with a higher Immortal count, of course, can focus down and break through those Archons, potentially. Meanwhile, of course, Archons do render Mass Zealots a little bit less effective. So we'll see how the armies do collide. As Geralt does rock up at the 4th base, does force a cancel, not bad. 4th base is cancelled. Art's pushing in with Zealots, Art pushing in with Zealots, catching out these Stalkers. But there was a successful cancel on the 4th. Art is pushing out. And Geralt's going to be the first to tech up even further. Okay, so Geralt is not skipping Archons. No, sorry, my apologies. Is skipping Archons and rushing into Disruptors. So risky move here by Geralt. No Archons to defend. That means that these Zealots are that much more terrifying. And Geralt is vulnerable. Is very vulnerable here. And Art can go for the kill. For now, distracted by the 4th. Going for the cancel instead. We'll cancel the 4th base. Waiting for extra warp-ins. Geralt up against the wall. Again, no splash damage available. The Bay is done. A first Disruptor is going to be on the way for Geralt. Alright, we got to send it, Pappy. Send it. He's close. Spots the main army. This is a brutal choke point, though. It's not easy to push into this. And Archie thinks better of it. He pulls away. This means Geralt, he gets away with Disruptors. I'm loving that gateway as well. That does create the choke point even more in favor of the defender. So Geralt, he walls up. Disruptors are coming out. And suddenly, Geralt is now going to have the greater army. I mean, Disruptors, they're a little bit more ideal. We're not there yet, though. Art is going to contain Geralt still on 3 bases. We'll continue to deny the 4th. Double Stargate on the way. I love this response out of Art. Let's go. Never goes off. Disruptor is revealed. No connection. Now, this is a bit of a give and take. On the one hand, Geralt, now with a higher and higher Disruptor count, has the better army. He has the more efficient army. But if Art goes for Phoenixes with these Stargates, then he can just overwhelm and overpower Geralt by lifting up every Disruptor in the next fight. I'm curious if Phoenixes are going to be the answer. There is no Fleet Beacon, not yet. Otherwise, we could just go into Sky Toss. That's also possible. As Geralt is still stuck on 3 bases. Stargates are done. And what's it going to be? Fleet Beacon or Phoenix? There it is. Phoenixes are on the way. And again, I do really like this response. Disruptors are good, but only if they get their shots off. As we force another cancel on the 4th. Yeah, Art is all over this. I do think that Art could have tried to have ended the game earlier. I do think that that was on the table. But it looks like Art is just being a little bit safer, a little bit more secure. Doesn't want to risk it with a fight. And is instead building up to more and more Phoenixes. And we'll see if he can hit critical mass. The idea, of course, the ideal being lifting up every single Disruptor. And having enough Phoenixes where even if some of the Stalkers can focus on a Phoenix or 2, like, it won't matter. And the problem is both players are maxing. Both players are maxing out. Both players have comparable army sizes. Now, ideally, Art wants Geralt to break out, but Geralt has been hyper defensive. He's been turtling the entire time. He's been stuck at home. Like, he has barely ever moved out this entire game. He's been stuck at home, been building up more cannons, shield batteries, choke points, SimCity. Geralt is turtling his heart out. He's doing his best Terran impression, Pappy. Let's go. He's also diving in, going for the cannon. Never goes off. No big connection. Not yet. Yeah, Dark Templar in the mix. Force fields being thrown down. Again, just creating these choke points, rendering these Zealots less effective, inert. Force fields are running out. Once again, going for the lifts, going for the disruptors. But there's still so many more disruptors. Novas are being denied. 2 Novas going off, and one of them connects. Just the one, and it looks like Art, can he break through? He does knock down the base. The Nexus falls, but only the Nexus. It looks like Geralt has a little bit too much, and Geralt, he will break through. Yeah, there was just not enough on the ground. There was not enough DPS to help support the Phoenixes, and Geralt takes the fight. May have lost the base, but he could afford that loss. He can afford to lose the Nexus. Geralt, he's snowballing out of control. Again, defending and turtling for this long has paid off for Geralt. And we can just send it. He can just keep going. Send it, papi. Geralt, he's going to calm down. He's going to pull back. He wants to establish a 4th base first. And now Geralt is running away with this. He has the greater army. The Phoenixes were not good enough. I mean, they did their job, right? They lifted everything. True, they did lift all the disruptors. Only 1 Nova connected. But there just was not enough support on the ground. Not enough of a ground army to break through. Again, the Sim City is brutal for charge lots. As they try to dive in, once again, disruptors being lifted. Novas go off. None of them quite connect. One of them connects towards the end. But the Zealots, they can barely get any service area on this army, and it's just not working out. It's a meat grinder. Oh my god, the choke point is brutal. And once again, Geralt, he takes another fight. Zealots are coming in. There's the 2 Archons in the back line. The Nova going to be connecting as well. Overcharge goes off. And Geralt holds. Again, the defender's advantage is just a little bit too good. It's too brutal, papi. Oh my god. The Novas, they connect. Immortal goes down. And Art is running out of steam. He's running out of units. Once again, only the Phoenixes survive and barely any left over. 3 of them do make it out. You see Art getting into a mothership, starting up carrier production. Oh, god. Ambitious. Very ambitious going into those carriers, but Geralt should be able to break him before that happens. I mean, I say that. Geralt has been defending for the past like 10 minutes. He's been stuck at home. And if he stays back at home, if he allows Art to remax and recover, then Art can still have a chance. He can still fight back. True. If Geralt is too passive, then Art will take advantage of it. So that's my biggest concern, is that Geralt doesn't push. As more carriers are amassing, Art taking another expansion, getting a 6th base, as Geralt is getting a 5th. And you can see Geralt is only moving out with Stalkers, leaving the rest of his army back. Oh, no, he's feeling a little bit braver. Let's go, maybe. No, not quite. Yeah, just moving out with Stalkers. Attempting to harass, gets eyes on the 6th. At the same time, Geralt's going for the 5th base. And can he get the Nexus? Overcharge is popped. Defensive warp in. Army does respond with the base. It does go down just barely. Yeah, the base is sniped. Carriers have not revealed themselves yet, I don't believe. As Geralt is being chased back. That 1 DT putting in a lot of work. Is putting in a lot of work as Geralt's going to be reinforcing. Now he has confirmed the Sky Toss. I think he did spot the mothership, potentially. But doesn't quite engage. Geralt's about to max out, but again, still been quite passive. Like, sure, he moved out with some Stalkers, but he left everything back at home. So Art is slowly recovering. He's not there yet, but he's getting there. As he's getting into more and more carrier. Alright, rotating over. Trying to keep up, trying to find another way in. And Zealot DTs towards the north. There are cannons in position. Art defends. Geralt is the first to max out. Can he break through? How many carriers? Only 4. Nova's going off. Oh, big connections. Massive connections here on those Immortals. But is there detection? There is not. Yeah, no detection for Geralt. He has to back off. At the same time, hits the mineral line. Takes down the 3rd base. And the 4th even. Nova's will zone away the Skytos army. And Geralt, he does outtrade Art. Just lacking detection. And even then, it looks like detection or the cloak has run out. Geralt chasing down Art, going for the kill. And with Mass Blink Stalker, he should have enough. Like, the carrier count is just not high enough. Art needed a little bit more time. See Art defending against the Zealot DT counterattack. Geralt doesn't quite go for the kill. He doesn't quite dive on the main army. Instead, hits a 3rd base, and he can just, go for these fringe bases. Nice expansion, rotating towards the north, going for another base. And Art does go for the recall. Hold it over. Graces the army. But going off, DT run by is defended against. Art still hasn't been able to recover after the failed attacks earlier with those Phoenixes. Has been trying to and almost got away with it. Almost got away with the Sky Toss, but eventually Geralt did break out. Did not allow Art to recover, thankfully. And is rotating, going for another expansion. I do think, especially considering the bank that Geralt has, he can be a little bit more, what's the word, cavalier with his army. A little bit more risky with some of this movement. Going for more head-on engagements. For now, just pulling away, hiding back, being very careful. Going for another run-by. And alas, Geralt, he just can't, Art just cannot keep up with these trades. Bleeding out a little bit too much. Still getting another carrier though. Like, the carrier count is getting quite impressive. I think we're up to 6. Ooh, Mothership goes down. Sorry, 5 carriers, soon to be 6. But the Mothership has fallen. Minus 300, minus 300. Geralt's moving in. And again, he's maxed, Papi. Now is the time to trade, Geralt. Just dive in. Believe. The flanking Nova. Let's go. Flanking Nova connects. Main army pushing forward. Going for the Immortals, gets 1. Jesus, that's so many Stalkers. So much anti-air. 2 Novas. They don't quite connect. A 3rd Nova. Ooh, does get targeted down. And the Disruptors will fall. Now we have reached 6 carriers. Okay. The carrier count has gotten higher. Geralt warping in 13 Stalkers at a time. Jesus. That's a lot of Stalkers. 13 Stalkers. I'm pretty sure we can one-shot a carrier. I'm pretty sure we've reached that amount. How many Stalkers do we have? For now, waddling back. Like, bearing in mind, these are 3/3 Stalkers as well. 3 more Stargates on the way. Geralt's getting ready for his own Sky Toss. Catching a Narcon. A couple of Stalkers. The bases have been recovered for Art. Has gotten back up. Okay, there it is. 52 stalkers. 52. 52 stalkers, Papi. Ah. It feels like Geralt has he's had like some bad experiences with carrier-based armies before, because he's been respecting them a lot. Like, despite how little support Art has, I mean, now Art is building back up. For a while there, Geralt was up like 40, 50 army supply, now less so. So the timing that Geralt had to just dive in and blink onto the army has kind of come and gone. But it does feel like, again, Geralt's faced off and had a harder time against this army in the past. Respecting a lot. Now pulling back, pulling away. Geralt getting into his own fleet beacon. Stalker's taking a lot of damage. Now suddenly, like, Art has been trading quite well with these carriers so far. Like, he's picked off quite a number of Stalkers throughout the course of all these fights. Now taking bottom left, going for the gold. I'm actually kind of liking Art's position now. Now that it feels like he's stabilized somewhat. And once again, just forcing Geralt back. On that 6th carrier count, Mothership was remade, 7th carrier on the way. Nice kiting from Geralt. Kiting well. Now we're up to 3 immortals on the ground. Yeah, Art's now getting into +3 air attack. +3 is on the way, and Geralt is getting ready for his own. Oh, the Nevers! Oh my god, massive connections! The flanking disruptors! Geralt, calm down! Oh my god. Very nice connections. Again, those immortals are so low. One more Nova would have been it. And then Geralt would have no reason not to dive in. But those immortals are the only thing keeping, or like, giving Geralt any kind of doubt in his mind that he can go for the dive. Just because the immortals can punish those stalkers real hard, real quick. Geralt's pulling away. Recall coming in for a surround. Oh, Geralt, he's going for the... Oh, not quite. I was going to say he's going for the carriers, but does pull away. Does respect them. Pulling away. Again, warping another 12 stalkers. 2 more disruptors. Oh. Oh. We're thinking about it. Oh. Oh my god. Pretty sure they're just looking at the economic lead that Geralt's had. Ooh, bleeding out a lot of stalkers here. Was caught up on those force fields. And catching a bunch of interceptors. Once again, the flanking Novas. Oh, not as solid this time. They don't quite connect. Almost. We dive in. We catch the mothership. Ooh, slow zone gets thrown down. Geralt has to pull away. Once again, to the safety of the cannons and the shield batteries. Geralt pushing forward. And Art, yeah, he's still maintaining himself. Like, what's worrisome to me is that I don't think a single carrier has died so far. We might, yeah, not even here. But we have been sniping, or Geralt has been sniping motherships, but never a carrier. So they've gained a lot of value over the course of this game. So even though Geralt has maybe been trading more efficiently and had a better economy as well, like, Art is still holding his own thanks to these carriers. Like, gas-wise, he's been trading very well. Base goes down, Art out of position. The carriers just have not died. Ooh, meanwhile, probes being sent to their deaths as Geralt is running out of money. Bearing in mind that Geralt is running out of, like, economy here. Like, he's mining out. And Art just took a fresh gold. And here we go. Art, for the first time, is maxed. For the first time in, like, 10 minutes or 15 minutes, Art has reached max supply. And is actually exceeding the supply of Geralt. Uh-oh. Art, I think he's reached his final form. He's gotten there. And again, I feel like there was a big window where Geralt could have tried to have taken advantage of Art and broken through, but now there are so many more stalkers on the ground for Art to support his army. 2 immortals, mothership coming in as well, nevers go off, but don't connect. Art, he's brought it back. Impressive. I do think a part of it was Geralt respecting Art's army too much. Too much for too long. I think I stand by that, but yeah, Art, he's done it. He's reached his final form. He has a Deathwall of an army, a Deathwall of a Skytle's late game army. Tempest now on the way for Geralt, but he needs time. And yeah, now Art can break through. Yeah, now he can bully Geralt back. The Mass Stalker army, it's slowly being outscaled. Slow Zone gets thrown down. Novas won't quite connect. Yeah, and this is not going to be a pretty fight for Geralt. Art, he has the advantage. He has the concave. Zealot's coming in from behind. Carriers were distracted for a moment. But yeah, Art, he can shut this down. We got a full surround as well, and Geralt, he plummets in supply. Oh my god, Geralt. His army's getting shut down. Top right should be falling. And from here, Art can keep going. Geralt is trying to get into Tempest, but the problem is Tempest take a long time to really get into play. Tempest do bonus damage to massive units, to carriers, true, but can we actually reach critical mass? Can Geralt actually build up an army is the problem. Yes, here we go. Art, now Art has an army to A-move. Now he can just start taking down base after base. He's going for the recall. Oh my god! Does recall. Saves the gold. The Tempests are exposed. Tempest taking a lot of hits. 1 Tempest goes down. 3 more Tempests behind this. You'll see Art taking Geralt's expansion. This reminds me of the boxing match between Howard and Raj. I know nothing about boxing. Enlighten us, Papi. Enlighten us. Oof. Carrier goes down. Hold on, I might be familiar. Is that the infamous boxing match from like not even that long ago, from like maybe 2 years ago or something, involving, was it a Filipino boxing player? Where like he just waited his opponent out until he like tired himself out, basically. Like, oh, okay, never mind. Okay, my apologies. You're talking. Never mind. If anyone knows what I'm talking about, though, you know, where people were really, where they were really disappointed in that. We'll get into it. Meanwhile, oh my god, how many Tempests do we have? 10? Mate, we've reached it. We spoke earlier that Geralt needed time to build up a mass amount of mass amount of Tempest, and he's getting there. We have critical mass of Tempest. I think we're within one-shot range of Carrier. Am I crazy? Mate, mass Tempest, it's paying off. Meanwhile, top right got taken out. Top right has fallen. And now Geralt swinging things. Oh, he snipes the Carrier. Let's go. He's gotten 2, down to 4. Okay. Geralt, he's back in this. He's back in this, Pappy. We have mass Carrier. Fun fact, imagine if Art had gone into Carrier, sorry, I meant to say mass Tempest, not Carrier. If Art had gone into Tempest at this point instead of Carrier, Now we can see Tempest production for Art. I think he's got 1. But the Tempest army does outscale, and yeah, there we go. He's going for the carriers. Oof, takes out another. From across the map, Pappy. The Mass Tempest. Let's go. Gerald, he's gotten here. He made it. Interesting response out of Art. Art is going for a second Robo and a Bay. Art going towards Disruptors. Interesting choice. I mean, that will help against the ground army, but it's just such a late tech transition here for Art. Meanwhile, we're fighting over top right. Next is going to be denied. Tempest coming in. Yeah, and Geralt, he's still got this. He's still in this, Pappy. We have the Mass Tempest. Let's go. Tempest taking a lot of hits. Tempest survives. Art's heavily saturating bottom left as much as he can. And yeah, Art, he's stuck trying to get into his own disruptors, and which has potential, true. Oh. That's good. He has his eyes locked on that expansion. Art trying to respond. Novas will just keep zoning him away. He just cannot push in. Yeah, pushing into disruptors, it's just not going to happen. The base goes down. Geralt takes down the Nexus. Maintains his position. Art trying to expand top right. Art doesn't really have a bank. They're back to work with barely any resources. I mean, both players are broke, essentially. Both players, they barely have any money to work with. But Geralt does have the Tempest. And he's going for another expansion. I think base race is maybe the best choice, the best chance for Art. Yeah, he's going for the base race. He's going for the base trade. Let's go. Does lose an Nexus. Going for another. Bases are falling. Next side are going down. You see Geralt trying to take bottom left. Geralt, he does pull back. He does respond. Okay. Just trading a base for a base. Not committing, though. Art pulling back. I do think that Art's best chance, though, is to avoid the fight. I don't think he can actually get on top of these Tempests. I don't see it really happening too easily. And now the main army is spotted. I do think that this is the opportunity for Art to push in and go for another expansion. To knock down another Nexus. But he's waiting for now. He's waiting for Geralt to overextend. If Geralt ever does move out towards top left, then that's going to be the sign for Art to push in as well. Also, if you have any translators in the chat, let us know. Technically, could we force a draw? Like, there have been stalemates in the past where draws have been forced, not because of the inability to kill buildings, but because players cannot... If one player attacks, then the other player attacks as well, and like it's like, so because that no one attacks. That happened recently. That happened like a month or two ago, where both players had armies, but both players agreed that neither one was going to attack, and then they agreed to a draw. I remember that almost happened with Raynor versus Goblin in WTL. Who did the... What game am I thinking of where that did actually... Was that with Spirit? Maybe. It was this year. I remember it was this year where both players were maxed, but both players agreed that no one was going to attack, so they just agreed to a draw. As Geralt, he's going for the base, going for the Nexus. That should trigger Art. Art doesn't quite go for it, though. TT harassing in the main. Let's go. You're smarter with I could eat something. Ah, I see, I see. Okay. Yami's gonna be dancing. Now again, Geralt, I still favor Geralt in a head-on fight, in a head-on collision. But Geralt is only harassing with the stalkers. He's keeping his Tempest back at home. As I say that, Nova's going off. Oh my god, they take an Archon, massive pickup. Oh, the stasis goes off as well. Oh my god! Geralt, send it! Send it, papi! He smells blood! You can either chase or just catch this army instead. Nova's going off, zoning away Art. Yeah, the Novas do continue. They take down another Archon. Disruptor goes down, Archon as well. Yeah, and Art, he's losing too much. Losing far too much at this point. And the problem is it's difficult to like base trade just because Protoss players can recall. So if Art initiates a base trade, then Geralt could always just recall back home and deal with the main army. Or Geralt could recall back home and deal with the main army. So Art can't just commit to a counterattack. Takes another stasis to the face. The stasis traps. Ay. Oh my god, the value Nova! Calm down! Takes down 3 Archons. Oh, another stasis pops off, and yeah, there's nothing left. Geralt, he commits to the fight. GG gets called, and Geralt will take game number 1. Whew, oh my god. GG. GG, well played. Geralt will take the first game here. Again, it was a bit of a roller coaster ride of emotions where initially Geralt had a massive lead, if you remember, like 20 minutes ago when Geralt was defending his 4th base, when Art was pushing in and overextending, and when he had gone into Mass Phoenix against the Disruptors and he had lost everything. And then we saw that after the failed aggression, after the failed fight of Art was trying to recover by going into Mass Carrier. Remember, he was trying to transition to Carrier, and there was a big window. There was like a solid 10 minutes where there was like a solid 10-minute period where Art was stuck like behind 30, 40, 50 army supply, but Geralt was not really feeling too confident to commit to any kind of big fight. I was a little bit surprised, not gonna lie. I was a little bit surprised that Geralt was as passive as he was and as concerned as he was when it came to engaging. Did seem like maybe Geralt had experienced some rough matches in the past. I wanted to avoid that, but because of that, that actually allowed Art to get back into the game. He was able to recover, able to build himself back up, and actually have a competitive mid game. And honestly, things were now looking better for Art. He was able to snowball out of control with 6 Carrier. Then Geralt got into his own Tempest, and then you know the rest. With that, GG. That's game 1 in the books. Now we're getting into game number 2. We're going to be loading into Oceanborn. Let's go. And this time, we're in game. Let's go. This time, we're in game. It's catching up in the chat. I should not start watching TikTok Saturday morning. I should not start watching TikTok Saturday morning. Ay. You're an animal, Bob. You're a zoomer now. But here we go. We're getting into our next game, and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our Polish Protoss player, the blue Protoss, representing Psystorm Gaming. It is Geralt. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the Polish Protoss player, the red Protoss, representing the Platinum Esports. It is Art. We go. Are settling in and jumping into game 2 mid-series. Again, we weren't able to get into game in game 1, but now we can control the camera. It's crazy. We can zoom. Check out all the sponsors: LG, Intel, The Boar, Yumisu, Yumisu, Danskik, beautiful, love to see it. Endorphy, Infolet. A lot of sponsors, actually. Do love to see it. For those who don't know, that boar is like the Polish equivalent of Red Bull, but instead of a bull, it's a boar. I did try it when I was in Poland. I did try it. It's okay. It's okay. It's it's a lot more intense than a Red Bull, is what I will say. You know what it reminds me of, actually? It reminds me a lot of Monster, a lot more of so it's like a lot more sugary, is what I will say. A lot more sugary, like Monster, I guess. But regardless, we're settling in. Gonna be settling in. Of course, shout out to Danskik. He is a big supporter of StarCraft and a big part of the community as well. Big part of the community. Do love to see it. The Danskik. And I think these are other like community members as well that do support the event. A little bit less familiar with them. A little bit less. But I'm sure we'll see them in the venue at the event. But for now, we are calming down and settling in. Catching up in the chat. I haven't really like caught on to TikTok yet. Like, there's some nice videos on it. There's some nice wholesome like animal videos with like ducks or kookaburras or turtles. It's nice. Hasn't really caught my attention though. Maybe I'm too old. Maybe I'm too old for TikTok. I don't know. Maybe. One day the Ducklings will have our own TikTok account. I have heard there's a lot of potential when it comes to streaming on TikTok. Like, for those who don't know, the StarCraft Observer, Nish actually used to restream us on TikTok, and he said that we'd get like a couple of thousand viewers. And it's like, oh, that's really cool to hear. But like, we can't stream ourselves on TikTok because like apparently you need like 1,000 followers to even stream. It's like, oh, okay, that's not gonna happen. So there's a barrier for entry. Meanwhile, proxy. Okay, let's pop off. We are starting off with a proxy, and then we have a gateway backstory. We have a Twilight Council back at home. It's going to be a Blink-based opener out of Geralt. Meanwhile, Blink was a little bit more delayed here for Art, and I'm curious what our plan is with this proxy. I was kind of leaning towards maybe even a proxy Dark Shrine, but no, it's just going to be a gateway across the map. Gateway's back at home, and this could be the beginnings of a 2-base all-in. So far, 3 gates in total for Geralt. Art, sets up his own proxy next to Geralt. A little bit awkward. Art does at least scout, does confirm. We'll get the hell out of there. Love to see it. And Artie responds with safety immortals. Immortals are on the way. Blink is delayed for Art. Is going to be massing up those immortals. Is aware of the aggression coming his way. Art is going for his own hallucination scout at the same time. Sorry, Geralt's going for his own hallucination scout. Art's going for his own adepts. 2 adepts do one-shot probes, and he's going for the mineral lines. Going for the natural. Getting the 1 probe so far. Shades away. Not bad. Kills a probe. Forces a reaction. Force field. Warp in. Gateway is done, and there it is. 4th gateway on the way. So 4-gate Blink for Geralt. That's a lot of gateways. And again, Art, for the most part, is aware. Geralt even doubling down, going for glaives, throwing down another gateway as well. Oh my god. And this is a 2-base all-in. Straight up here. Art taking a 3rd. Bold move by Art, taking a 3rd base. Is going to be a little bit more exposed as a result. We need shield batteries as soon as possible. Shield batteries do need to be set up. As Art is getting ready, Geralt throws down his own 3rd base, but we're waiting for those warp-ins, we're waiting for the Mass Adept. Decent catch. Alright, taking down the Adept. I don't think Geralt knows he got scouted. I don't think he's fully aware. And the force field's catching out these stalkers. Not bad. 3 stalkers go down. Yeah, Bleak was on cooldown. So Art taking some very, very good fights. More reinforcements coming in. More depths. Ooh, Geralt getting punished. Oh my god, so many stalkers going down. A bit of a blundered blink from Geralt. Has to pull away. Art chasing him down. More reinforcements coming in. Adepts coming in for a surround. Oh, can we actually deal with this army though? The Immortals, they just go to town on these stalkers. Another Warpin coming in. Has Art overextended. Goes to the recall. Oh my god, and the Immortal does fall. Massive pick off. It's been very chaotic. It's been very chaotic. Geralt reinforcing, pushing in. Behind this is third base, not saturated whatsoever, but we're pushing in nonetheless. And the main art is coming in. We see Geralt taking into Disruptors. Disruptors now on the way. So despite all these gateways, I mean, we are still warping in across the map, but Geralt is actually saturating his third. He's getting there. Likewise, so is Art. Geralt rotating over. Glaives is done. These adepts, if they get into a mineral line, they can eviscerate it so quick, so easily. Alright, has to respond. Ooh, we shade into the main! Uh-oh. Geralt, he busts into the main base at the same time. Art's also getting some damage done across the map. Getting a probe. Yeah, the adepts are locked down. They don't get into the mineral line. At the same time, the main armies do clash. Oh, that's a lot of force fields. Force fields are thrown down. Art keeping up. And it's hard to kind of say which player has the edge. I do like the faster disruptors for Geralt. He has gotten away with it. The Novas, they're coming. The balls are here. Let's go. Disruptors are building up, but at the same time, Art gets into the main. It busts into the main base. Probes are going down as well. Getting 4 probe kills. Trading 1 for 1. Art breaking through. How many disruptors do we actually have, though? Just the one. Uh-oh. Just one disruptor to hold on. Art taking a 4th next to the proxy. But Art has momentum. It denies the 4th base. Can keep on going. If we can connect with this disruptor, then maybe we can hold on. It comes down to the disruptors for Geralt, though. We have Mass Blink Stalker. Nova's coming in. Nova connection. Second Nova goes off. Oh, does connect. Not bad. Not a bad connection for Geralt. Oh, but the base is going to be focused down. Massive pickoff. Third base does full. Art up 2 bases. Gets the disruptor. Yeah, and the Mass Stalker's just breaking through. It's overwhelming Geralt. Geralt can barely keep up. That's a kill, not a cancel on the Nexus. Boys are being pulled, and Art, he's snowballing out of control. It looks like he has broken through. The commitment into all these proxies, into all these glaive adepts was just not worth it in the end. And the disruptors would have been a good way to come back. We had a good connection, but only one. We needed more than that. As Art is looking to force the ace match. And the Nova doesn't connect. Cleaning up the third. On the disruptor. He blinks in. We go for the dive. And GG gets called. Art will tap the series 1-1. We are going to the ace match. Let's go. We're going all the way to game 3. And this could still go either way. Could still go the way of Art or Geralt. Let's go. This is a lot of Protoss. Oh, welcome to Bologna, Pappy. A lot of Protoss players in Poland. A lot of Protoss. We're going all the way to game 3. And we'll see how this story does end. When it comes to the groups themselves, most of them are wrapping up. Okay, it looks like Group D has finalized. It is going to be Spirit and Papi making it out of Group D. Meanwhile, we are still wrapping up Group C and Group A. Those are going to be what we focus on. Likewise, let's go Trifax. He made it out of Group B as well. Took down Aristory 2-1. I mentioned before that Trifax and Aristory are like the top 2 Zerg players in the tournament. We'll see if Aristory can make it over Angry as well. Here we go. It looks like the ace match is going to be on Alcyone. Which could lead into a longer game. Alcyone is known for its long late game. There's a lot of bases to expand to. It's very wide open as well. So, we could see a repeat of game 1. Potentially. There's a potential for us to go to the late game and get into Skytoss versus Skytoss. For now, though, likewise, just how there's potential for that kind of game state, there's also potential for proxies, for aggression early on as well. A lot of locations for proxies on this map, but here we go, spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Alcyone, we have our pink Polish Protoss player representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Art. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the red Polish Protoss player representing Sidestorm Gaming, being forced into the ace match. It is Geralt. Oh, let's go. Go. And again, especially because of how large this map is, because of all these proxy locations on the right hand side and towards the left as well, not uncommon to go for these big one base all-ins, but we'll see. Keep an eye on our 2 players here. We actually haven't seen many fake proxy gateways early on, or fake proxy pylons, I should emphasize. Any big aggression in the early game has been avoided. Probe is being sent out for Geralt. Likewise, same can be said for Art. Both moving out. It's going to be a 2-gate opener from Art, 2-gate opener from Geralt. We're calming things down. We're embracing a longer game. I get rich. The CranKy Ducklings first to get my donation. Oh, thank you, Nathan. Thank you. We appreciate it. One day, one day. So now, they're calming things down. Settling into our PvPs. As we mentioned before, no fake pylons, no real proxy pylons either. Everything is looking on the up and up. Just expanding, settling into our 2-base setups. Second pylons in the main. Both players have confirmed, and both Geralt and Art are opening up double Stalker. Interesting. Bit of a more aggressive start from our players. Earlier we had Stalker Sentry-based openers, but this time going for something different. Ooh, and Geralt, he delays his expansion, going for a faster Stargate. Okay. Stargate opener out of Geralt. Going for Oracles, going for Harass. Going for economic damage. Going for even extra Stalkers as well, so a much more aggressive start from Geralt. Meanwhile, Art follows up with extra Sentries, will be for Hallucination Scouts. Sentry is spotted, expansion as well. Geralt should be expanding himself. It's just going to be a more delayed expansion. The way to make up for this is economic damage with the Stalkers and with the Oracle. Speaking of, there it is. Oracle's on the way. So the Oracle's going to be zooming across the map, Stalkers as well. And the pressure is on Geralt to get damage done. So Geralt's going to be the aggressor, Art the defender. This nation does barely spot the army. Where's the shield battery? Uh-oh. The shield battery is delayed for Art. Without it, holding the low ground is going to be difficult. If probe goes down, boys trying to be pulled in. Yeah, the boys are being pulled. There's going to be a tough defense here for Art. The pylon almost goes down. Shield battery now on the way. But again, quite late. And we can just focus on the shield battery. Ay, ay, ay. Art's in trouble. The pylon goes down. Yeah, the shield battery is depowered. At the same time, Oracle into the main. Art trying to hold on. Sentry goes down. And the Oracle in the main base doesn't get much damage done. Art does have Stalkers in position. Does defend. Nicely done. This could have been so much worse. If the Oracle had gone for the natural. Had joined up with the main army as well. I mean, could have even snowballed out of control, but Art is holding. Second Oracle's moving out. Reinforcing with more Stalkers. Behind this, Geralt now expanding. Art does have a 2 probe lead. By 2 workers. Geralt is doing more damage. Still no shield battery. Oh! Going for the Stalkers. Almost gets one. The force field, though, catches a Stalker. Very nice. At the same time, do blink on over. Blink is done. And Art does defend. Not without losing 2 more probes. That does even up the worker count. We're now even on workers. Geralt still has both Oracles alive. They both still pose a threat. But Art is the first to expand. Ooh, okay. It's been an intense early game, very back and forth, but Art does hold, it does survive. And now we're able to expand and take a third and settle on in. Taking out their bases. Oracle's dipping in. Racing back, I should say. They do race back home. Oh, they try to. Oh my god. This girl does make it back. Rotating over. Getting his own third. Art does have a slightly faster third. Likewise, still has a slightly higher worker count as well. And interesting, Art's going for double robo. That I was not expecting. Okay. oh my god. That makes a little bit more sense. I was in shock seeing double robo, but it looks like one of them is cancelled. That was a bit of a mistake from Art. Art getting to +1 into immortal production, and is just calming himself down as well. I'm sure nerves play into it a little bit. Art is playing on stage. Ooh. Does catch both Oracles. Very nice catch. At the same time, going for the natural. Going for the robo. Robo's depowered as well as 2 probes. X. Art does hold. Immortal production was delayed. Art going for his own Stargate. Interesting. I wonder what our plan is here. If you recall earlier, I was talking about how Alcyone is known for its longer and later games. Art is getting up to 4 bases, and I'm curious if this Stargate is for a fleet beacon, and maybe Art is thinking about going into a mothership, and maybe even more Skytals from there. Or it could just be a later Oracle. It's possible. We'll see. We'll see where Art takes us, and what the plans are with the Stargate. I mean, a 4-base economy is enough to sustain Skytos. We'll see. Until then, both players backing off. There it is! Fleet Beacon. Let's go! Fleet Beacon's on the way. We are getting ready for Skytos. Initially, I'm sure it's going to be a mothership into +1 air attack, and Eventually working towards, you know, a greater Skytoss army, but I think this should just be for the mothership first, just as a supportive unit. You know, with slow zones, with recall, with cloak. Not a bad addition to the Protoss army. Meanwhile, Adepts try to shade in. They get a probe. Oh god. A little bit of chaos, but it's fine. It's all. Oh god, no. Calm down. So Art does defend. There's that mothership on the way. Ooh, Art catching out the Stalkers. Yeah, we'll catch a Stalker in the end. Meanwhile, once again, we've seen Geralt rush into Disruptors every game so far, and here in Game 3 as well, doing the same thing. Bay is on the way, second Robo, and Disruptors are on the horizon for Geralt. It's been all about those Novas. Didn't quite work out well for him in Game 2, but was a big part of his initial defense in Game 1. So Geralt embracing those Disruptors once again. Still no +1 air attack for Art. Like, that would be my big tell. If Art was thinking of Skytoss, is +1 air attack, then like a second and third Stargate, but no, instead more gateways on the way. Art is still very Stalker reliant instead. Blues Nation spots another Robo. Spots a Robo, Dark Shrine's on the way. Both players moving out. And because it's a bit of a lull period, this is why I wouldn't be opposed to either player taking up a little bit harder, which is why I'm actually favoring Geralt a little bit here. Like, getting into Disruptors like this is not easy. If Arch was in his face, then Geralt would be in a lot of trouble, but we can see that Arch being a little bit more passive means that the Disruptor count is slowly getting higher and higher, making 2 Disruptors at a time, soon to be 5 Disruptors in total. And despite having this large army, Art hasn't been able to do much with it. So Geralt has been able to get away with the greater tech. Disruptors, Snipes Sentry, trading 2 for 2. Prism, sorry, Mothership into the main. We're going for the recall. Let's go. Send it, Pappy. Send it. Recall into the main. Oh my. Art, calm down. The smiley face. Recalls right into the main base. Force fields the ramp as well. Oh my god, Nova goes off. Decent connection. Nova's once again zoning away the army. Decent connection, so we have another force field. Do we have another force field as the force field does run out? There it is, we do have one. Oh my god. Cheeky moves out of Art. The smiley face. Oh my god. As the Novas, they don't quite connect, and we have another force field as well. Oof. As we do get a massive connection. Going for the dive. But pushing up this ramp is not going to be easy, and in the end, Art will take the greater fights. There is no detection, though. That 1 DT. Dark Templar is popping off. Where is the Observer? That's not here. Is racing on over. Art's getting out. Does recall out of the main. Este Art. Fun fact, I believe this is Art's first House of Galactic Battle. He was not there for the first or second one. Is having fun, going for the gold as well. And he will shut it down. And yeah, Geralt just out-positioned. Do we have another mothership? No, not quite. No other mothership on the way. Art's going to be rotating. This is where I wish we had player cams. I want to see if Art just had like a big smile in his face while he was in the main. Oh god. Shaking my head. Este Art. Pushing on forward, takes down the Robo. Again, there's only 1 Disruptor so far for Geralt. Just the one. And with that art. He's slowly just overpowering Geralt here. As a reminder, this is the winner's match of Group C. Winner of this series does advance on into the playoffs. And Art, he's gonna take it. Unless a massive Nova connects. Oh! Grazes the army, gets 2 units. Not good enough. At the same time, another run by here on the right-hand side. DTs into the main, a tri-pronged attack out of Art. Hits the main, hits the 3rd and the 4th base. And he's pulling Geralt apart. He's pulling him apart here, and oh, a decent Nova. Decent Nova does connect. Art doesn't go for the dive. Is being deflected at the 3rd base. It's being deflected, overcharge gets popped. Art pulling away. Losing an immortal. Neva's! Oh my god. Casito. Neva almost connects. And Geralt is defending quite well. Cleans up the army in the main, but I can't say the same about the 4th. Yeah, there's a dive. We focus on every single disruptor. We get on top of the robo as well. Art is doing it. He's overwhelming. He's snowballing out of control. Geralt can't keep up. Down to 23 Stalkers. Has a comparable Stalker count, but it's about the economy. Geralt, he's supply blocked as well. His supply blocked. Trying to rebuild his robo, his bay. Trying to stabilize. Meanwhile, Art double expanding. He's got the gold base. Gold bottom right. More and more bases in favor of Art. And Art is slowly breaking through. Meanwhile, the main base goes down to the Zealots. The main has fallen. Geralt down to 2 bases. Yeah, the concave a little bit too good. And despite Art being more of an underdog here, despite Geralt being one of the favored players, so is Art, right? Art, he's making his debut in the House Galactic Battle as one of the best Protoss players in Poland, and doing well here in the group stage. Overwhelming the main. Dark Templar do make things a little bit more awkward, but alas, it's just a numbers game at this point, and Art has too much. Goes for the 3rd, gets the mineral line, going for the Nexus itself. And I'm sure, especially after that smiley face, I don't think Geralt wants to tap out. Not after that moment. Not like this. Art has everything he needs. 84 workers, 6 bases, almost maxed. Mothership's being rebuilt. Geralt's rotating over, diving the army. Art is punished. Oh no. Art, calm down. I can feel he wants to dance. He wants to. Art. Not like this. He goes for the dive, goes for the disruptors. Yeah, stutter stepping for stutter stepping forward. He's happy, Pappy. Not like this. And eventually he will be able to break through. And catching what little units there are left. Disruptors on the way, popping the overcharge. And Geralt, he's going to force his opponent to break down every single last unit here. Doesn't want to tap out. I feel for Geralt. Geralt's also an emotional player. And he's not happy. GG gets called, and Art will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the playoffs. GG. And sorry, I'm just trying to see the player shots here. Okay. Aye, GG, well played. Art will take it. Thankfully, I was waiting to see if he was going to be a little bit cheekier on cams. My heart goes out to Geralt, but he's still in the tournament. He's still in the group stage. He's still in there, Pappy. Still in there. But GG. Art will advance on into those playoffs. Congratulations. My condolences to Geralt. He will be knocked down to the decider match of Group C, and we will let Geralt play those matches off stream. Geralt is going to be playing against... who's going to be his next opponent, actually? Geralt is going to be going up against Danielo in the decider match. And meanwhile, we're going to be hopping over to a different group entirely, to Group A. We're hopping over to Group A to cover a different PvP. We're going to be covering a different PvP. Christiana versus Rodzin is going to be coming up next. Going to be next on the channel. Again, this is the winner's match of Group A. And after this match, then we're going into the decider match of Group A, and then we'll be embracing the playoff brackets. So just 2 more matches, 2 more series left before we can start seeding and constructing the playoff brackets, before we embrace the second half of the broadcast. We're getting there. We're getting there. Yeah, GG, well played. So with that, we're going to be going on a short break. I say a short break. I do apologize for the downtime, but the players do need time to set up on stage. So we're going to be going on an extended break instead. And when we come back, we will have another PvP, Christiana versus Rodzin. Christiana is the reigning House Galactic Battle champion. You know, he is dubbed the Prince of Poland and is the heavy favorite to win the entire event again. But we'll see if he can, as we have some other competitors that can definitely threaten him. Art clearly is in form. If Art can bring down Geralt, Art can bring down Christiana. Likewise, Spirit is also looming in the darkness as well. He has been lunking, he has been lurking, and Spirit also will pose a threat to these big names. Here we go. For now, though, going on that break, we'll be back soon. Take this moment to get some snacks, get some food, get some water, hydrate, stretch your roaches, massage your marines. We'll be back with our next PvP. See you then. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Hope you enjoyed that break. This time we're back. We're on time. Again, our players are just getting ready on the stage as we are jumping into the winners match of Group A. Oh boy, here we go. We have another PvP. The PvPs, they just don't stop coming, and they won't stop. I'm sure we're going to have many more in the playoff bracket, but here we go. We're in the winners match, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our reigning H.4.0.S Galactic Battle champion, the Prince of Poland himself. We have the Red Protoss player, Cristiano. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the blue Polish Protoss player, representing Platinum Esports. It is Rodzin. We go. Our PvP is here, and oh boy, it's been already quite a day of StarCraft. We even had a crazy upset earlier with Art taking down Geralt in a PvP as well. But I'm sure that Geralt will be able to bounce back. I'm sure he'll be able to recover and get into those playoffs as well. As a reminder, we're still in the group stage, and top 2 players make it out of each group. Here we are in Group A. We're here in Group A. This is the winners match. Because it's the winners match, the winner will advance on into the playoff bracket. The loser will be knocked down to the decider match. So the loser will have a second life, a second chance to keep on going. And I believe we're going to be following the loser of this series into their next best of 3 as well. I believe that is the plan. For the time being, though, double gate, 2-gate opener out of Cristiano. Likewise, 2-gate opener out of Rodzin as well. So far, everything's by the book. So far, oh, never mind. I was going to say that neither player is really looking too cheeky here, but Rodzin does send out a scouting probe towards the right-hand side and is looking to throw down a bit of a pylon. Pylon is going to be placed down. So far, it looks like a fake proxy pylon. This isn't really the location for a robo, but we could throw down a Stargate. Not the worst location for a proxy Stargate, to go for an Oracle to pass across the map to have a bit of a more economic start. Try to cripple the economy of your opponent early on. Meanwhile, Cristiano does confirm. He scouts, he confirms, he's like, hold up, something is wrong. Something is missing. Cristiano has his own second pylon in the main, and the second pylon of Rodzin is missing. The pylon is missing, so Cristiano, he knows to scout, he knows to look, he knows to double check, and it's going to be on Cristiano to get a read on whether or not this is a real or fake pylon. As we can see, it's fake. It's a fake proxy designed to get into the head of Cristiano and force an overreaction. The third pylon has it in place, and Cristiano, he is on the hunt. He's initially checking the natural. It is not uncommon to hide it at your natural or even third base location. So Cristiano, he's double checking initially. Ooh, hiding here in the natural base of his opponent. Interesting. Likewise, opening up Stalker Sentry into expand. Cristiano, he doesn't even flinch. Okay, standard opener here from Cristiano. No fear whatsoever. The expansion has been taken. And Cristiano, I believe, did he scout the expansion? Not quite. Looks like the probe did fall. Yeah, the probe went down to the Stalkers. Rodzin does expand. Both players are. And Cristiano, with this hallucination, should be able to confirm. Hallucination moves out. Stalkers, ooh, on move command, don't quite catch the hallucination. And Cristiano, upon seeing the expansion, will confirm that there is no proxy, that there is no crazy aggression coming his way. So very nice scout from Cristiano. Meanwhile, across the map, tries to catch out the Stalker. The force field is thrown down, but alas, the Stalkers do slip away. Rodzin does escape and will waddle back home. Oh, my apologies. If you're in the chats, predictions are open. I was meant to start them earlier, so I do apologize. Did slip my mind. But get your gamba going in the chat if you want to predict on who you believe will take the series, who you think will advance on into those playoffs. So now we do have that Twilight Council on the way. Cristiano opening up towards Blink. Meanwhile, Rodzin has the much faster Blink on the horizon here, so there's going to be a window where Rodzin has Blink and Cristiano does not. We'll see if Rodzin can take advantage of that. It's going to be a small window though, only by a couple of seconds, as Stalkers are building up. Stalkers are amassing. Rodzin going for the scout across the map. Does confirm the tech. Now aware that there's no early Immortals, there's no Stargate, there's no Oracle. Again, this is why Sentry-based openers are so commonplace and so popular nowadays, to get a read on what's going on. As a shout out to the Dolph himself, Papi God. Thank you so much, J-Dolph, for the raid. Hope you had a great stream, hope you had a great ladder session, hope you had a great time over on the NA ladder. welcome, bienvenidos. If you're tuning in now, welcome to the H.4.0.S Galactic Battle. Welcome to the group stage of an offline event. This is a LAN happening in Poland, and we're still embracing the group stage. If you're a bit of a Terran enjoyer in the chat, which I know Jadolf is, Spirit will be featured later on in the evening. As Spirit, the Polish Terran player, is going to be competing in this event, and we'll be able to cast him later on. For now, though, as to be expected, we're embracing the PvPs. There's a lot of Polish Protoss players, Pappy, so this is like our third or fourth, I think our third PvP of the day, and there's going to be more, don't you worry. It's going to be many, many more. As Rodzin is going to be taking his third base, getting to his third, likewise so is Cristiano. Rotating around. Is this a Polish LAN at the pub? Yes, yes. As you said, gamer bar, if you will. But yes, it is the Polish LAN at the gaming bar in Warsaw. This is the third rendition of this event. The third one. I believe we just posted the VODs of the second one earlier today. They are popping up. Meanwhile, both Cristiano and Rodzin, they bounce off each other, they calm things down, they're getting to their third base economies, and both players will just be building up towards the mid game. Building up. Hello, shooter, hello. The Dolph is word. Both thriving GG as well. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Bienvenidos. If you're curious about WTL, we will be casting World Team League tomorrow. Be going over the replays of World Team League tomorrow in the afternoon. I think we're going to be going live at 2 p.m. At around 2 p.m. tomorrow is going to be WTL, and that's going to be leading into day 3 of WTL as well. So it's going to be a long cast tomorrow, man. Long cast. Long cast today as well. But we'll be catching up. For now, though, again, both players have kind of calmed things down. They're both settling into their 3 bases. 4th base now on the way for Cristiano. Cristiano, likewise, also taking up into a Temple Archives, going to Charge Archon, into Immortal as well. Cristiano, he's building up his Death Ball of an army. That's already a lot of Immortals building up for Cristiano. And Rodzin doing something similar. I say similar because he's actually not taking into Immortals or Archons. We're rushing into Disruptors. Very similar to Geralt, actually. We were covering Geralt earlier versus Art, and a very similar style, going for Robo into Bay into Disruptors. It is a bit of a risky maneuver to go for, just because Disruptors, they do scale better into a longer game. That is true, but before we really hit critical mass of Disruptors, Rodzin is vulnerable. He's going to be vulnerable to this more complex army of Cristiano. Of Stalker, Immortal, Chargelot, Archon. There's a lot here that's amassing for Cristiano. And can Rodzin get away with those Disruptors? Second Robo's on the way. He's going to be making 2 Disruptors at a time. For now, trying to buy time with his own main army. Does bypass the forces of Cristiano. Cristiano does have to turn around. And right now, it's all about buying time. Rodzin just has to buy time as much as possible. Forcing Cristiano to respond. First Disruptor's on the way. But Cristiano, he does keep on pushing. Does catch the main army. And Rodzin in a rough position does trigger the shields onto all those Immortals. Not bad. Nice juggling here by Cristiano. Does push on through. And does force himself up the ramp. Overcharge gets swapped. Disruptors on the way. And the Stalkers, they can't really keep up. They're struggling to. Here we go. Reinforcements are on the way. Cristiano gets to hold his ground. Chargers are coming in. Disruptor has arrived. And shows it over. Oh. Decent connection. Does take a lot of shields off of that first Archon. Ooh, Prism goes down. No more reinforcements. And Rodzin, he's on the chase. He's on the hunt. Trying to collapse on this main army. That's still 4 Immortals, though. That's a lot of Immortals. But Cristiano unable to engage. He has to retreat. He has to back off. Has to rebuild that Prism. And Rodzin, he holds. Oh, as I say that, though. Force was brutal. Easy connection. Cristiano, he backs off. And now we're making even more Disruptors. Up to 3, soon to be up to 5. Again, that Disruptor production is getting underway. And Rodzin saves the 4th. Rodzin with a higher worker count, with a better economy, Cristiano now taking extra gases, is backing off, and you can see Cristiano forced to tech into disruptors as well. So Cristiano is one step behind. This move had to kill, and honestly, if Rozen hadn't sniped the War Prism, the game could be over. If it hadn't gone down, if Cristiano could reinforce, could warp in more Zealots, a second or third wave, then maybe Cristiano breaks Rozen then and there. But the Prism did fall, and Rozen has held. He's holding. And now we have more disruptors. They're all coming. Now Rozen still has to calm down, has to build up his army, getting into more disruptors. Still just building up a greater force before moving out. This is going to give time, so Cristiano is getting into his own disruptors as well. First two are on the way. But Cristiano is going to be perpetually behind in that disruptor count, at least for the near future. It will come down to the control, to the micro. Yeah, this fifth base a little bit too ambitious. And the Nexus is going to go down. At the same time, Cristiano going for a drop in towards the natural. Main army's looking to engage. Oh. Let's go off. Up! Oh. Big connections. 3 Stalkers go down. At the same time, DTs, they bust into the natural. They take down the cannon. Where's the detection? Prism goes down. Observer's on the way. The Observer does pop out in time. And just in time. DTs are cleaned up. This could have been so much worse. Last Rozen does have that detection. 5 probes go down. And again, Rozen, he denied the expansion. Built up towards how many disruptors? Oh my god. 8! 8 disruptors versus 4. Rozen is maxed. He's maxed out. Cristiano trying to engage. Disruptors coming in for a flank. Nova's going up. Disruptor gets sniped. Novas don't quite connect, not yet. As we do rally into the main army, bit of a misrally from Cristiano. And Rozen, he goes for the dive, takes down the Disruptor, but is punished by the Immortals. And the Immortals have to be respected. Decent Novas, but the Charge-Ons, they do go for the chase. They hunt down the Disruptors. Ooh, take down another. They get 1, they get 2, they get 3. 3 Disruptors go down. Again, not a bad engage there from Cristiano, but as a result, though, Rozen still maintains most of his army, still has a supply lead. And Cristiano did lose all of his Disruptors. Has to start from scratch. Has to start again from the beginning. Up. The Disruptor. No. Goes down. Cristiano, look after your balls, papi. Look after the Disruptors. Calm down. They've all gone down. Snap at the Observer. Ooh. Decent connections once again from Rozen. At the same time, DT and Zealot counterattack with their cannons and shield batteries in position. Rozen does defend. And Cristiano, he's in trouble. He's hurting. Take down more Zealots. Zealot DT getting across the map. Nova connects. Ooh, takes down all 3 Dark Templar. And this run by just doesn't achieve much. The expansion goes down. Once again, this time a kill, not a cancel. And Rozen, he pulls back, but I feel like we can keep going. Rozen, he's maxed. He's maxed out. Send it, papi. Now, if Rozen is too passive, like, I understand the logic. He just denied a base. He denied a base twice now. And he's starving out his opponent. So he takes the lead, he backs off. But if he waits too long, then Cristiano can recover. What's important here about this game state, even though Rozen has a supply lead, 1 Nova is all it takes. Massive connection. Oh my god. And Disruptors go down. A much better trade for Cristiano. Just like that, Rozen was maxed. Now, even supply. This is what we mentioned. Like, with Disruptors, like, 1 bad fight, and suddenly Cristiano can take it. Here it goes off. Still very close between Cristiano and Rozen. Okay, we're 1 bad fight away from things swinging one way or the other. Could still go either way. It's going up. Oh my god. Cristiano, oh god! It loses 2 Disruptors. Not a bad shot. Another Disruptor goes down. Better trades for Rozen. Rozen does shoot first. DT counterattack. That's a lot of Dark Templar. Making their way towards a 3rd if they can get on top of the cannons, but there are 3 cannons in position. Yeah, the DTs, they don't get much done. Nova goes up on the Stalkers. Does connect with the Stalkers. Artosis Pylon goes down, depowering the Robos. Big pickoff. At the same time, another Dark Templar run by. Hits the fresh mining base. DT's wreaking havoc. The Robos are depowered. But Rodson still has the greater Disruptor army. The Novas go up. Oh my god. A little bit trigger happy. That's a lot of Novas connecting. Well, a lot of Novas now on cooldown. 2 Immortals go down. Oof. Flanking Nova doesn't connect. Well, Cristiano thankfully does have detection. He's up the Dark Templar. Does clean them up. Look at the units tab at 7 to 5. Disruptor count is pretty neck and neck. Pretty close. DTs are denied. Cristiano has now maxed out for the first time this game. Reached 1 to supply. Has reached max supply. That's still a lot of DTs in the mix. Oh my god. So many Dark Templar. Oh, no cannon. Uh-oh. Cristiano, no cannon. Oh my god! What did I just pan to? Rodson, calm down. Take some massive Novas to the face. Protoss players, look away. Look away, papi. Oh my god. That was mainly Stalkers, not Disruptors, going down. This round coming in. Oof. Yeah, the choke point is brutal. But Cristiano, he collapses on the main army. Oh my god. Disruptors are going down. Some brutal Novas, and just like that, one bad fight is all it takes. And Cristiano, he's snowballing out of control. He's breaking on through. Rodson plummets in supply. And we're going for the 5th. Nexus is going to go down. I was concerned about the DTs earlier. They will get into a mineral line. But Cristiano, he does bounce back. He recalls back home, saves the base, and kills the other. And honestly, Cristiano didn't even have to recall. He could have committed. Could have kept going. Yeah, the base does fall. Never gets off. Oh my god. Okay, with the Zealots, and Rodson is down to 1 Disruptor. 1 Disruptor, that's all he has left. 1 Nova. It goes off. Connects with Zealots. But that's all he had. And Cristiano, he goes for the dive. Again, it was so crucial earlier that the Robos were depowered and even 1 Robo was sniped. Cristiano popping up. Gets another Disruptor. And yeah, Cristiano, it looks like he's going for another one of the most important mining bases here of Rodson. Force fields the ramp. Stalkers, they can't blink away, no! They blink forward. And with that, even with that Nova going off, Cristiano, he will take the fight. GG gets called, and Cristiano will take game number 1. Whew. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. Cristiano does take the first game. Rodson had a massive lead that game, by the way. If you recall, he was able to max out. He was able to deny bases. And I did mention at the time that I was concerned that Rodson was being a little bit too passive, just because all it takes is for your opponent to get into a handful of Disruptors, and suddenly they can still fight back against you and still, bring things back in their favor. In the end, Cristiano did take it. You can actually see here Rodson was up in supply for most of that game until the end. Until the very end, when we saw those Novas pop off. I say we caught the tail end of it. Caught the tail end. And with that, GG, well played. Cristiano bounces back, takes the first game. Does take the first game, and now we're getting into game numero 2. Let's go. Jumping into game 2. Gonna be on Alkyone. Poland is full of Protoss. It is. It's a meme. The Polish Protoss posse. There's so many of them. There's Geralt, there's Art, there's Cristiano, there's Rodson, there's Papi, there's Ziomek. Rail, kind of. A lot of Polish Protoss players. Here we go. We're getting into game 2, and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Alkyone, we have the red Polish Protoss player, the reigning champion of the H.4.0.S Galactic Battle. We're going to make a deeper and deeper run once again in this event. See if we can make it out of the group stage. It is Cristiano. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the blue Polish Protoss player representing Platinum Esports down in the series, but honestly, he was looking strong and even ahead for most of that last game. Can he bring it back? It is Rodzin. He can bring it back here. It was a bold move for Rodzin to try to rush into Disruptor production, did get away with it, and was able to deny the fifth base time and time again, if you recall in that last game. But didn't do more than that, didn't try to assert himself, didn't try to push in towards the fourth or the third. Rodzin was maybe a little bit too passive despite having his lead, and did allow Cristiano to get back into it, to have that comeback. And then we saw all the balls connect. It's crazy. Now we're settling into game 2, and we'll see if Rodzin can bring it back to an ace match. I'm hoping we can force a game 3, but we'll see as Rodzin, for the second game, going for potentially a bit of a proxy. Now, if you remember, in game 1, Rodzin went for a fake proxy pylon. He went for the pylon over on the right-hand side of the map, and it was just to try to force an overreaction. This time, this could be a real one. I'm curious. Pylon is thrown down here in the center of the map. Wouldn't be opposed to a Stargate. If it's a Robo, though, it'd be a one-base all-in. Second gateway is done. Rodzin has avoided the wall off on the ramp. Interesting, which leads me to believe, yeah, we're committing. It's a one-base all-in. So Rodzin, he's doubling down. He's going for the Robo. With this, we can either go into Proxy Immortal production. We can go straight for the Prism to just try to rally it across the map and drop into the main. Regardless, Rodzin is hyper-committed, is all in, and Cristiano is in the dark. He does scout, he does confirm the pylon is missing, but if you remember last game, Cristiano saw that as well, and he showed no fear, he expanded, he, alas, read correctly in the last game. This time, though, it's real. This time it is not fake. Cristiano going for the pylon block as well. Ooh, there's not going to be an expansion. Stalkers will focus it down. Again, ideally we want to sell the story. Robo's done. Pylon is cancelled. Robo's complete. Yep, Proxy Immortal. And Rodzin is going to be rallying across the map. Meanwhile, Cristiano is still in the dark. He does go for the safety shield battery. And this hallucination is so important. It needs to scout. It needs to confirm the fact that there is no expansion. And we are missing tech back at home. If there's no tech at home and if there's no expansion, that means there has to be a proxy. The tech has to be somewhere. Where is your money being spent? Out on the map. Stalkers are spotted. Cristiano does confirm no expansion. Big tell already. Sees the third gateway and sees the lack of pylons. So Cristiano is seeing everything he needs to. Back at home. Defensive Robo. Chronoing out Warp Gate. Getting as many Stalkers as possible. Rodzin is pushing in. Shield battery's done. We have force fields. Cristiano getting into Immortal production as quickly as he can. First Immortal has arrived for Rodzin. Getting ready for the concave, pushing forward, trying to bait out those force fields. Oh! Very delicate dance. Likewise, force field gets spent. That's one. There's two left. Soon to be three. Second shield battery on the way. Cristiano trying to poke forward. Locking down some Stalkers, but we can juggle back. Stalkers are saved. Nice control by Rodzin. Doesn't lose a single unit yet. Hasn't lost anything so far. And Cristiano's running out of force fields. He even popped the overcharge. Uh-oh. Overcharge now on cooldown. Immortal's almost out. Rodzin, yeah, he's going for the dive. Force field, a little bit lackluster. Cristiano holds. Forcing the army back, going for the Stalkers. Does focus them down. He gets two, going for three Stalkers, going for the Prism. Oh my god! Ambitious does get it. Prism falls, the Immortal has arrived, and Cristiano, he's holding. He does barely hold on. It was close, a bold decision to dive on that Prism, but it was worth it in the end. Oh, but a second Immortal has arrived. But last, without a War Prism, without a way to reinforce, Cristiano, he should shut this down. Yeah, kills the Immortal. Oh, almost loses his own. Almost. The shield battery. Gets to the shield battery in the end, and Cristiano is still barely holding on. Second Immortal's on the way for Rodzin, but he's lost too much momentum at this point. And remember, the longer this goes on, the better it is for Cristiano. He's on 2 bases, and Rodzin is all in. So Rodzin, he's running out of time, running out of steam. Crazy shade by Cristiano. Let's get the hell out of here. But we'll pull away. Likewise, Rodzin going for a Robotics Bay. Okay, going into Disruptors. I mean, that is a way to bounce back. We have seen this from many Protoss players in the past. If you initially kind of struggle with your proxy Robo, then throw down a Bay, get into Disruptors, and potentially you can still win this game. You can still snowball with a solid Nova. One or two Purification Novas is sometimes all it takes. Into the main, gets a Pylon. Pylon goes down, getting into the main. Going for another. But the answer, the juggling, the micro. Rodzin forced out. Oh. Forced out, going for the pylon. Won't quite be able to get it. Taking some hull damage. Cristiano getting the better of these trades. Oh, another shot goes off on that Immortal. Immortal now in the orange. Meanwhile, Rodzin now arriving with that Disruptor. Ooh, and he wants that Nova. Remember, he spots the main army. Sneaking up on Cristiano. Nova goes off. Oh! Big connection! Very big connection. The Immortals, they lose their shields. Adept sentries go down. Good start for Rodzin. It's a good start. But that's still 4 Immortals. Disruptor has now reset. Another Nova going off. Up! Oh my god, quick pickup. Cristiano doesn't save his units. Some of them at least. Overcharge gets popped. Cristiano, he cannot push into this many Adepts. That's a lot of Adepts. Second Disruptor has arrived. Third Disruptor's on the way. Cristiano, he's not out of it yet. Nova goes off. Does connect. But just the one Nova. Phoenix coming in. Does drop the Disruptor. Another Phoenix has arrived. And yeah, it looks like Cristiano, with these Phoenixes, we're going to be able to shut this down. We pick up the Immortals. We pick up the Disruptors. And Cristiano, he holds. Is holding. We had some good Novas from Rodzin, but it still just was not enough. Still barely not. Phoenix is a... Oh, there's no way to here! No! The Prism! The Prism's gonna go down. Nothing shoots up. Smurge. Smurge, papi. Smurge. Prism goes down. Nova is not gonna connect either. And yeah, Rodzin, he knows the writing's on the wall. Ay, ay, ay. GG gets called, and Cristiano will take the series 2-0, advancing on in first place out of Group A. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Ooh, Cristiano will take it. Will take the series. Oh, actually, we can... Yeah, have... there he is. GG, well played. Cristiano does take the series here, does advance on. Again, he's favored to make a very deep run in this tournament. He is the reigning champion, of course. And we'll see if he can go even further than that. Oh my god, what is... Oh, that's the heart rates! The heart rate monitors! Let's go. Where's Cristiano? Where is he? 58%. Okay. For those that are curious, all the players that are competing here tonight... Oh my god, Aristri, he got excited. What's going on? Oh, he's playing. Is Aristri playing right now? I think he is. So is Angry. But all the at the venue, the players, their heart rate is being kept track of. A bit of a fun fact. For the event. Oh, Danskik is dead. He's like, the heart rate's at 0, papi. But you can see the players that are playing right now, basically. So Angry and Aristri, I think they're facing off in a ZVT at the moment. But yeah, it's cool. My god. Are facing off. The blood pressure is rising, Papi. Ah. And with that, GG, well played in the end. Cristiano will take it. And with that, we're going to be following Rodzen into the decider match. Oh boy. Following him into the decider match. Let's quickly double check who he should be facing off against. It should be Rodzen versus Mishu. There we go. And yes, Aristry and Angry are currently playing in his EVT. Which explains why they have the highest heart rates out of everyone. The highest. Does make sense if they're currently facing off against each other. They're popping off. Ah. That's interesting how like you can look at those numbers and you can see who's like spiking and you're like, oh, they're probably playing right now. And they are playing. That is cool. But we are getting ready for our final series of the group stage. Getting ready for that final series. Do need a moment to set things up. And it is going to be a rematch to the series that we started the night off with. So we have a rematch here. Let us quickly have a look at the brackets. Shout out to Indy and Zed, by the way. They're currently casting over on the mainstream. Here we go. Okay, let's refresh and catch up. Oh, scrolling down, you can see Group B is concluded. Oh, they just finished. Aristry and Angry, they just wrapped up. We have Trifax in first place, and Aristry just took down Angry 2-0. Angry getting a little bit angry there on those heart rates, and in the end, both Zerg players will advance out of Group B. Meanwhile, Group A, we just had Cristiano. Cristiano just finished his own series. And again, our next series on the stream is going to be Rodzen versus Mishu in the decider match of Group A. That is going to be the next series. It is what we started the day off with. Scrolling down, we do have some other results. Group D has concluded. Spirit's coming out in first place. Bappy coming out in second place. They are the two favorite players in that group. And we have yet to cover and yet to cast Spirit and Bappy, but I'm looking forward to it. We will get there. And we have Group C as well. We have Art in first place. It was a big upset that we had earlier. I do recommend the VODs, but Art versus Geralt was quite a series. And Art getting cheeky on cams as well. He was, yeah, he was just being, I'll leave it at that. He was being cheeky versus Geralt. Shaking my head. And Art does come out in first place. And we have a PvP between Geralt and Danielo, currently mid-series. That's going to be off-stream. So that series is off-stream. Meanwhile, Group A is on-stream. And we can already see the playoff bracket is being seeded. Ooh, Cristiano versus Papi. Okay. You can see here the playoff bracket. We have Cristiano versus Papi in the first round. We have Art versus Aristry in a PvZ. We have Spirit waiting for his next opponent. We have Geralt waiting for his next opponent as well. Really spicy first round matches. What do I want to jump on? I wouldn't be opposed to a ZVP. Like Aristry versus Art sounds like fun. Trifax versus his opponent sounds like fun. Cristiano versus Papi also sounds quite spicy as well. I'm sure that PvP would not disappoint, but we can only pick one. And from my understanding, I believe the quarterfinals will be happening at the same time. So we will only be able to pick one of those series when we get there. When we do get there. Let me just quickly double check. Yeah. We're gonna be, so I believe the plan is we'll cover one upper brackets round 1 match, and then we'll cover these 2 upper semifinals. They'll both be covered. Both be cast. That is the current plan. Meanwhile, we're going to be going on a break. We're going to be cutting to a break here. The players do need to set up. Again, up next is going to be Rodzen versus Mishu. The break should be a little bit shorter this time because Rodzen is already set up on the stage. So only one player has to set up on the stage. Mishu has to, get his own peripherals and everything ready. And once he is ready, then we will be jumping into that final group stage match. We're almost there, Pat. Almost there. So until then, take this moment, get some snacks, get some water, go to the bathroom, drain your disruptors, tuck in your Tempest, and we'll be back in a couple of minutes with our final group stage match. See you soon.